try to give her a call again, and then she just added another phone number to the 13-year-old grandson who's possibly with the daughter. Step out with this.
2412.
Veteran crisis hotline's calling in, so they have a female veteran's off her medication. She's over at the safe haven. Detective 12, we'll check that one out.
6 Rumble, 2-1 start, make your shots.
Officer still stands for time? No. Offender in custody? Thanks. Anyone else close, point to 0, let me know. First standby. 10-4.
I gotta say, before we get started, sorry, I feel worse than I did last night, but I do have to say before we get started here, I just want to wish Micah Miller a happy birthday today. Even though she's passed on, we're still fighting for her, still have things coming up here. And I just wanted to say this morning, just, as we see that intro and see some of the stuff that we did for Micah's case, just wanted to wish Micah a happy birthday this morning before we get into the Idaho 4 show. And also for these 4 victims as well. Good morning. Oh my gosh, see what I'm saying? I'm sick as hell, and I did it last night too. And I don't even have my camera on. There we go.
Hello.
Yeah. Feeling worse than I did last night. Like, actually the worst I've felt in a few days, actually. So it feels like it's getting worse, but I'm still here this morning because I had to talk to Rosie about all this stuff. Good morning too, by the way. Is it International Women's Day today? I don't know. You know how they have a day for everything, but is it International Women's Day?
I'm not sure. In South Africa, we have a National Women's Day, so everyone celebrates that.
Well, here in America, we have like Frosted Flake Day. We have days. We have days for everything.
Okay.
Yeah, we do. There's like Donut Day and all sorts of days. Yeah, I don't know. It's when they started. I didn't remember all this other holiday stuff until they started having 2 Valentine's Days. See, in Ohio, in the state of Ohio, they have 2 Valentine's Days. They have one in February, which is the normal February 14th Valentine's Day. But they also have in October, I think it's October, Sweetest Day. Yeah, Sweetest Day. Yeah, so if anybody is from the state of Ohio or has lived in the state of Ohio, you know what I'm talking about. There's 2 Valentine's Days in October. I don't know why. Or I mean, 2. I don't know. It's Hallmark. It's Hallmark. It's, come get a card for your honey.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. So I heard it was International Women's Day, and if it is, I just want to say shout out to International Woman, Rosie.
Yes. Oh, thank you.
Yeah.
And women in chat. If it is the day, we don't know.
But hey, she would not be international to South Africa, but she's international to us. So happy International Women's Day.
Thank you. You're cutting out a little bit. It sounds
a
little bit.
I just feel so defeated this morning. I really do.
Sorry, but now you sound fine. So.
At least the audio could work right.
It fixed itself.
Oh, whoops. Well, we'll have to do a show tomorrow, Rosie.
Okay.
It's tomorrow. It's tomorrow. What's up, Typically Unique? You're on lunch break. Typically Unique knows there's 2 Valentine's Days in Ohio, isn't there? Typically Unique. It's October, though. Sweetest day is October, I think. I don't know. I can't remember anymore.
Maybe it's like in case you forgot the first one and you're in trouble. So there's
No.
another month now. Okay.
No.
No.
No, because if you forgot the first one, you better hurry up. And if you gotta wait, if you wait till October, I doubt you'll be in that relationship anymore by the time
Maybe.
October comes around.
Okay. All right. All right.
Yeah.
I can't think what it is then.
What's up, buddy? CDog88. I saw your Twitter messages, man. I just didn't have time. I literally woke up and I'm just like,
Sorry.
Well, you could see the beginning of the show. It was all over the place. It was showing. It was showing this, you know, the PCA route. You know, people think it's just, you know, it's hard to picture really. The exact route that he supposedly took in the PCA. But when the reason I even made this was, so you know how when I said that when I went out to Idaho, hold on. Man, my eyes are all itchy too. When I went out to Idaho, I sat down one morning, one of the first mornings. I think it was the second day. Might have been the third. Pretty sure it was the second. First day, I was just like, whoa, just exploring it all. But when I sat down, I'm like, all right, I'm going to map this out because, you know, GPS sometimes might give you a different way or something. And so I'm like, all right, I'm always the one that's always 50 times prepared. So I sit down and I'm like, all right, before I head out, I'm going to write down every turn that I got to make at every single street. So why? Because I only had one shot. I had to get it. I had to knock it out. So I'm like, you know, I got to sit here and prep. So as I'm going through the PCA, I'm getting confused because I'm like, this is, where is this on the map? You know, I would type it in on the map, and then I'd try and see how it was connected to the last part. And I literally had to get down on Google Guy and find addresses just to like get the correct streets, the names, the city and states, you know, all the mistakes that were in there. It was hard. And that's how I actually made this, because I literally had to sit down and drop Google Guy down and make marks for everything on Google in order to I use Google Earth in order to make sure that I had, okay, I can't understand these directions, but I'm going to have to make sure. So I had it all written down. This was actually a byproduct of me using the Google Earth and the Google Guide to kind of mark everything as I was going. And that's how this was even made. And so, you know, especially in Moscow, you're going in, you see where it has that border. Yeah. There's that border right there. Literally, you see that white square right next to the border, and then you see that the rectangle looking thinner square on top of that yellow line to the right of the square to the left by the border. In between those two squares is where you would have turned right to go the way you should have went to the house, because if you see where it ends. They basically have him going all the way downtown through the main street of Moscow, going downtown, circling around, going around, up and around, do it, making it look like the state of Florida to get to the house, when literally right between those two squares, right next to the border, is where you would have hooked a right and you would have went the back way to the house, because where you see all those buildings and then you see the mountain underneath that yellow line, the road goes in between the buildings and the mountain, because those bigger buildings are part of the university. You're going in between the university and the mountain. So really, you would basically just hook a right, go next to a couple buildings, and then you're going right around the mountains, right to where you're at, where you don't even really get caught on any cameras, because the university buildings that you're driving next to are way Kibby Dome, way far away. The security camera would have not even barely picked you up. So to me, that's why I always said the person that would have committed this crime, if they did live at Steptoe, wouldn't have taken this way.
No.
When you get to here, let me see here. I'll show you the map of the way that they should have took. All right, so we're almost to the house. Let me see here. All right, so we're going to be coming up to 1122 in a second. Then you'll see the map that somebody would have took if they wanted to get away with committing the crime. The thing is it's always about security at the location, and it's always about security on the way there.
Of course.
Especially when you're driving all downtown, because all the cameras that they have.
Yeah. And I mean, I think that Brian Koberger is somebody who's very aware of cameras anyway, because of all the body cam that we've seen him in, he looks straight at the camera every time. Like he's aware of it. Even in some of the court, proceedings that were filmed, you could see him look at the camera. He has them in mind.
Mm-hmm. Here, let me move us a little bit. All right, so you see, you could basically turn right in and go around. See where you got the mountain and then you got those buildings? Yeah, that's where you would have went. Now, you would have got caught on camera on that main street right there. And the clarity of that, where did I put it? Hold on one second. I had to do an update on my computer this morning, so then all the stuff that I had set in here waiting for this morning, photos and all that, just went
everywhere.
Yeah, I had an update this morning for my computer, so I had to restart it, and by restarting it, it got rid of all my pictures that I had ready for us this morning. Oh my gosh, where's that photo? Oh my gosh, I'm sorry, you guys.
It's okay.
There it is. No, it's not. I want to show the other one. Because the clarity that you get from these security cameras, there it is. So this is downtown Moscow. All right. So the clarity that you get is top notch.
Yeah.
Like, that's a really good photo, you know? If Say if this was suspect vehicle 1. That's a great photo. Why is our face small? Is that me or what?
No,
Is
I
our
don't
face?
know.
Is
Yeah.
it? What
Yeah.
I'm so sorry. Yo, this thing's going to hell in a
No, it's
handbasket real quick, Rosie. I apologize.
no, it's
Oh, I'm sorry. I am sick as hell right now, and I'm trying. But yeah, we took this November 20 in the so when I did that PCA route, I was there from November 8th to November 15th of 2023. So I could be there for the year anniversary. I wanted to go to the vigil. That was important to me. Because it's like if I'm gonna go out there, number one, I want to make sure. What's up, Black Hawk Amy? Heather over there on Twitter. I wanted to make sure. What's up, Jesse? I wanted to make sure that I wanted to get the footage. Number one, because I knew the FBI was, or I mean, when the FBI went there on October 31st, I was like, oh shit, they're gonna tear this thing down during the winter break. Um, and that's why I went ahead and planned the trip out there. But I wanted to make sure that I got the exact foliage and everything when it came to the footage because it's important when you're trying to see, you're trying to go back to that time when everything took place. And so after I did the PCA route, that's when we started looking into, well, okay, now that I drove around, because when they're in the PCA, when they're talking Ridge Road, they're talking 1112. 1112 would have the best. But when you're talking Ridge Road and he was caught on camera at the A&W and all this other stuff, I'm like, okay. So then when I go out there and I do the route and I'm what I always do when I go on location anywhere, it's all about security everywhere. I want to know who was seen, where they were seen, everything. So as I'm taking that route, I'm noticing all the frickin' cameras that were, I mean, especially even if you're going along in Pullman, even, if you're driving down Pullman, we're leaving Koberger's apartment here. You're going down here next to Washington State University, okay? And there's like going down this whole road right here, there is so many cameras alone. Then you get to Moscow and you see cameras as well. And so I'm sitting here while I'm out there going, how was he not on one of these cameras right here? Where in the hell is it? Is it showing the picture?
no.
No, it's not. StreamYard, come on, man.
Yeah, but I mean, I agree with you. It makes no sense.
What the hell?
He would have to be.
Yeah, like this photo right here. So then that's when you're sitting there going, well, there should have been, if you've seen this vehicle,
Exactly.
there's instead of a stock photo, there should have been this photo.
Show the exact vehicle.
Or it should have been this photo right here. You know what I'm saying? So as I'm making that drive, I'm going, why did we have to rely on Ridge Road?
Yeah.
Because as I'm driving down Ridge Road, I'm going, you're telling me that Ridge Road was a better picture of this car when you got all these cameras that can give you something like this? I mean, how?
No, this is perfect. Even just the lighting, everything. I agree with you. It makes no sense.
when you're driving down here, there's when it comes to the PCA route, turn Stadium and Nevada, right? Coming up here, you'll see me because I had to follow the PCA. So when I'm driving and if you're getting caught on Stadium in Nevada at a diagonal on the camera, there's only one way that you can get caught on that camera in a diagonal direction on Stadium in Nevada. That's why I turned in and then turned around and came back out. And that intersection alone has 5 cameras. 5. I don't understand it.
Yeah, it's full of holes. Sorry.
We're gonna be talking about this Nissan Sentra too, because when they dropped the document earlier this week with the cars, right away I was like, that's some BS. Those are 2 different cars.
I saw that. Yeah.
So we're gonna be talking about that too. Plus the 911 stuff, the text messages between the students. I want to talk to you and get your opinion on all of this stuff that we've kind of talked with everybody during the evening. And so that's why it was important. I wanted to do a show, especially with you this morning. Have you got to check out any of the documents?
Yeah. I've been focusing on the 911 transcript and the text messages all day, so I've been a little bit obsessed. Actually.
Yeah.
Yeah. Been crazy.
It has, isn't it? Especially the text and the 911 stuff. Blackhawk says, "What's up, Jeannie?" Let me see here. The tourist. Oh, that sounds like a neat channel. Blackhawk, bring up the Nissan Sentra video and play it, and then after I'll show you what I got. It says he's got a Friday. What did he say here? Hold on 1 second. I have your Friday clue of the day. Awesome! I can't wait. Yeah, I'm gonna play that for you guys here in a second. Oh, shoot! Hold on 1 second. Let me back this up just a little bit. That's why I turned here. So when you're getting to this intersection right here, when you see Court TV and Chanley Painter, she's standing on the corner. She's up to the corner straight and to the left. That's Chanley Painter. And behind is where the camera's focused on. So this intersection right here, Stadium and Nevada Way, there's only 5 cameras. There's only one way that you get caught on a camera at this intersection. But when you're looking at the direction, they were caught southeast and northwest. You're only getting caught going that direction, because this is a north-south. This ain't no diagonal. So you're only getting caught on a camera diagonally on one camera, and it isn't any of these 5 cameras at this intersection. So another thing that made me go, what? How are you not getting a photo of the vehicle, like a real nice photo of the vehicle? At this intersection, you got 5 freaking choices to get a great damn photo. How you don't get a photo from here, but I'm going to tell you the camera where they got the photo from. So when you're going...
It looks like they could have had a collage of photos to show.
Look right next to my face. You see this camera right here?
Yeah.
That's the camera that they used to get the picture of Kobe. Not the one at the intersection. We're going to use that camera. We're going to use that camera way up there on the corner of that building to get your picture of suspect vehicle 1.
Yeah. If it weren't so serious, it would be funny. But
it's bad. So yes, we are going to talk about this Sentra because We're gonna talk about that photo. Sea Dog contribution call out. $5 super chat. I redact my messages. I've been. Oh shit! No, no, Sea Dog. I would listen, bro. I was saying, you got to watch my video. I was saying that the car coming in, yeah, it's in Elantra, bro. It's in Elantra. I don't care about the car coming in. I bring it up in the video I dropped this morning, and I brought it up last night. It's not about the car that's coming in, because just because that car's coming in at that time doesn't mean that that car committed the crime. You don't know, and the reason you don't know is because you don't know what time the person got there. You only know what time the person got in the building. But you do know for sure that the car leaving was the one that committed the crime, because you know when they left the house. You see what I'm saying? You know when they left, and you know when they got in the house. You know when they left the area. You don't know when they got to the area, and that's the point that I wanted to bring up. That's why I said, and I don't know, it was, I guess it might have been a little shocking yesterday, because I talked about it 2 shows, and I'm like, look, that's the person who committed this crime, the person that's driving the 2019 to 2023 Sentra, and it's not white. It's not white. Yeah, that little camera guy up there. All right, so, and if you didn't watch the video about Eric G, trust me, I explain why Eric G has always been sus to me. That's the latest video that I put out there. I also put out Mr. Sigma President, the first responder. We did that as well. But I'm going to go to the suspect vehicle 1. It is the Nissan Sentra. And this is how I break it down. It's only about 12 minutes. Let me play it for you guys, and then Blackhawk's going to have a surprise, and I think I already have a feeling about what it is, but I'm letting the suspense. I'm letting the suspense inside of me, like stay there, because I enjoy that shit. I like to let it simmer, I have a feeling. It's like I kind of know what that Christmas gift is, but I'm not gonna pick it up and shake it. I'm just gonna be like, yeah, I think that's what it is. All right, here we go.
Disciplined, yeah.
Yeah, disciplined, right? Here, let me see. This is with all the great guests last night. Audrey, Kathy, and Yoli. And here's the thing for the video. When those photos dropped a couple days ago, I was already saying, like right here, I was already saying, like, these are 2 completely different cars, especially when it comes to that reflection right here. Okay. And a Hyundai Elantra is not going to give you that reflection. And this does. And you know what this is right here? A Nissan Sentra, the first description that they were looking for when it came to a vehicle that committed the crime. Of course, this is going to be the photo probably of the person that committed the crime leaving. And that's why they originally went with the 2019 to 2023 Nissan Sentra. When we find out that the grand jury had questions about if these 2 vehicles were the same vehicles, hello, they're going to question the 911 call transcript. They're going to question the text messages between the roommates and go, where'd you even get bushy eyebrows?
CJ, but you said that car that we saw as suspect vehicle 1 possibly was not a white car.
The one that was leaving.
A silver one. Yeah, leaving.
The one that was leaving.
Yeah. Could you imagine if that was the undercover car?
I don't think it is. Because if you're looking at the one that's coming. Now, I think the person that committed the crime is the one that's leaving, and that's why I think they came out with the Nissan Sentra first.
Really,
But
CJ, you think that's the car? The car?
yeah.
That
Oh,
not,
yeah.
Not coming, but leaving at 4:20.
Yeah. Yeah.
It looks different. It looks.
It really does. Yoli, it looks different, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. So when you're looking at this one right here, that's definitely a white car. If it was a light silver, which you saw in body cam, it's going to show up almost like that when it comes to the night vision of these cameras. Okay. The white to slight gray is basically going to show up very similar in your night vision of your cameras. Okay. When it comes to this color right here, this to me, it's like I said, it's like a blue or a green, or it's actually a color. So when it comes to what they first reported in the very beginning, they were looking for a 2019 to 2023 Nissan Sentra.
Right.
They quickly changed it to a 2011 to 2013, I believe, based off of the photo of the car coming in, and that's where they were going with it. But when it comes to this, so when you see that, you see the tail lights and you see that constant light that goes across, it gives you that image, and I'll show that this part. It gives you that. See how it gives you the image like there's a tail light that goes all the way across, but it don't. Because when it comes to this Nissan Sentra, this is going to be illuminated, and the illumination is going to continue into this chrome strip, which then on a camera that is getting reflection back, it's going to show up like a light that continues, but in fact it don't. It's just the chrome that is reflecting off of the light from there. Because what's happening is the light that is on this porch is actually creating the reflection on the chrome strip to then show up on the night vision camera. So when I first saw this,
you picked that out.
well, when I first saw this, that's why I was like, holy crap, there's the Nissan Sentra. This makes sense. Why they came up with the Nissan Sentra first was because of this photo right here, which is why I made the statement. That's why I believe this person is the one that committed the crime, because this is the description of the first car that they came up with.
CJ, so you think that that's suspect vehicle 1, not the one coming in? This right here.
This one right here. I bet.
The one to the left is not.
Right, because see, they don't. Here's the thing when it comes to the text messages, right? You don't know necessarily what time that person got in the neighborhood, right? But you know sure as hell when they were done. That's how you know what car left. But do you know what time they got there? No, you don't. You just know what time they got into the house. You know what time they left because you know what time they left. So that's why I say the 2019, 2023 Sentra that they came up with in the beginning, I see how they came up with the 2019 to 2023 Sentra, because this is the person that was leaving the scene of the crime. And this person that's leaving the scene of the crime has a completely different car than the one that they're trying to promote to you. Yes, this is the person that committed the crime. This is the car of the person that committed the crime. This right here.
That's amazing that you're. Who knows?
Because when you look at this, the Elantra, I mean, you don't even have to look at the color. The Elantra is not going to give off that reflection, because if you're looking at this photo, what part of this Elantra gives off the reflection for that light reflection to come back at you? It don't. there's nothing there to give you that light reflection to continue. So when you're looking at this photo and you're like, damn. It said you wanted me to go to 634. Hold on one second. Let me go here. So, okay. How come it won't let me bring us up? Hold on one second. I don't know. StreamYard's acting weird here. And yeah, I think they got there a lot earlier too. Not driving all around like Joe Dirt. Because I think they were inside hiding before anybody got home. Which that would, you know, because everybody got home at 1:45. And, you know, or started to get there at 1:45. And yeah, I felt that they were in the closet in Kaylee's room hiding until everybody got home. Hiroshima, I even discussed, we just have to go off of law enforcement is going off of. I've even discussed in the beginning the Paradise Path and the person being on a bicycle. So it's not always just about a car. Let me see here. You can look around. Just send me screenshots, bro. Because he will strike your ass. Just send me screenshots if you can, Black Hawk. He'll strike your ass. He's an asshole. Yeah. Are you sending me an email? I'm gonna let this one finish. Is it? No, we don't need it. Yeah, just where are you sending it? Because it's at 6:34 on my video. It's just us sitting here. Yeah, I'll let this one finish. Just let me know where you're sending it. What part of this Elantra gives off the reflection for that light reflection to come back at you? It don't. There's nothing there to give you that light reflection to continue. So when you're looking at this photo and you're like, damn, that light continues to go across the back. Well, if this is the Hyundai Elantra and that's the Nissan Sentra, well, the Elantra does not give off that reflection.
Did you put these photos together, or were they from the motion?
No, I put this together. Yeah, I put this together because I wanted people to see.
It looks really good.
I wanted people to see this is not the Elantra. It's not. And I put these here because I didn't know if people would focus on what I'm trying to show them. You know, I'm trying to show them, like, here's the two differences, right? But when you're looking at, here's this, and then this is zoomed up because I want people to see, look, just pay attention to the continuous light source that's reflecting. And you're trying to tell me that it's a Hyundai Elantra? Well, I'm going to go with what you first put out, which is a 2019 Nissan Sentra. At the same time, just like there's that light reflection source, at the same time, I need to look and compare these windows, okay? And this is another reason I'm going to show you why I think it's a Sentra and not an Elantra, because you see this right here. Okay, so you see the back part of this back window. All right, you see how it's got the triangle and it's facing this way. So,
oh yeah,
Okay, so you see the triangle, it's like facing, here's the tip of the triangle where my hand is at. And then you got that part going up there. You got this part going down here. And then you can come up here and it makes a triangle for you. Now, when we're looking at the Elantra, you see how it curves upward. Okay,
Yeah.
it curves
Different so much.
like an eye. Now watch. Here, I'm going to show this. This is why I don't think it is this Ford. Let me, since we're paying attention to the back parts of the windows, I want to show this too, because there's a lot of people thinking that this vehicle is part of it, and it's not. Look at how lengthy this back window is, okay?
Right.
See how lengthy it is? Yes, it has a little triangle, but yo, if you're looking at it sideways, it's not that window. Those two windows are going to stretch on that photo. It's not this vehicle. See how it's got the triangle
Now I
on the
see
back
it.
one? See what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That
Oh,
has
wow,
that.
that's very close. Yeah.
Yes. And see what it has on the front bottom. Those fog lights. This back window, it's got that damn near perfect triangle right there. Okay. It doesn't have that stretchy window like the Ford.
Mhm.
And look what you have right here in the front. These lights right here. When we're looking at the difference between that, I'm going to go back to this photo. See, it's got a different window. It curves up. This one
Mhm.
is
That's a
like a sideways triangle, and then you got your headlights and you got the lights down on the bottom. So you see, you got all that brightness all down here.
Yeah.
That little part sticking out right there.
Yep. You see it.
And you don't have that with this vehicle. The light, it just has headlights. It doesn't have those fog lights turned on, because the fog lights is what creates the light that stretches on the road that you don't see from this.
And isn't that window tinted?
Yeah.
Oh, it looks like
it is tinted because if it wasn't, based off of the light that you see right here, that would extend all the way through here. And if it wasn't tinted, you would see a discoloration in this part of the window right here, based off of the light that would be coming from the dash. Yeah.
Whoa.
So this is a completely different color because it's a completely different shape. This guy's the one that I'm really focusing on, because I really feel like this guy's the one that did it, and this has got to be some other color than that. One vehicle has tinted windows, one don't. One vehicle's white, one vehicle's the other color. One vehicle has fog lights on, one vehicle don't. And they have two completely different back windows. Now, this car doesn't have tinted windows, you could tell. Because it's letting some of that light from inside.
I see the light. Yeah.
It's reflecting back outward, from inside back outward, and so it gives you that. And so there's that. So that was the breakdown, how they're not even the same cars. Let me bring this up so I can have this showing, so you guys can see the difference.
That's amazing.
Where did you send it, Blackhawk? And I'm gonna have to. I need to go through my footage. Let me.
I feel like one of them also has like a flatter roof. I don't know if.
Yeah.
I mean, I know it's different angles, but it's like it's like a flatter top.
Yeah, the video that I did the night before, I used you see these lines on this building right here?
Yeah.
There's two lines on this building. I actually used here, let me pull up the actual photos themselves so I can show you. Let's see. There's that. then here's this one. Okay, so let me show the single windows here. So here's this one. So when you're looking at these lines right here, okay, the top of this car, this road right here, you get to about here, and then it starts to incline going up here. Okay, so if this car is driving this way, the roof is gonna go and it's gonna start to come up, right? And so it's gonna be about right where this line would get. If the car's right here, that roof is gonna be up here somewhere. Okay, with this one, you're right, because that's the other thing that I noticed when I saw this first saw this photo. That roof is way down here.
So it's even like the actual vehicle is lower or shorter?
Yeah, it's lower. Yeah, it's lower and it's shorter.
I wasn't even seeing that. I was just looking at the proportion of actual like roof next to the window, and it's like the one is flatter, but I wasn't even thinking about the lines, but that does actually confirm, I think.
Yeah, because that's what, when I seen it, I was like, yeah, it's a lot lower too. It's shorter and it's lower to the ground. And you can, and then when it comes to the fog lights, you can see that here as well. Fog lights down here.
Yeah.
Where's the, because it's illuminating the pavement, you know? And I just want to kind of, that's on the way to Moscow. I just want to kind of play this for a second. Oh, okay. So, and I'm going to look for this. I'm going to go through all my footage this weekend, and I'm going to look for that damn Nissan Sentra and see if I can find it in my daytime and my nighttime footage. I have a lot of footage up there. If you are a member, I do have my first trip, my first drive to 1122 posted. And I think there's 3 videos of it actually. My first time arriving there, and I'm gonna even look through that footage. So if you are a member, definitely check out that footage and put a timestamp in the comment section if you see a Nissan Sentra 2019. I'm gonna show you the article. Sorry, go ahead.
No, I just said I'll also take a look.
Yeah, I'm gonna show you guys the article here this morning as well, where that information came from, and I always have to shout out Mishy Girl. In the very beginning, it was like, I think January or something like that, when she early 23 is when she dropped the link to the article, and I was like, hell no, I can't bring it up because I'm not subscribed and I clicked on it too many times, but I have the screenshots and I can share the link with you. So if you've never clicked on it, you should be able to read it and see exactly what they say. But yeah, right here is where you would have turned if you were going to commit this. Look at those cameras right there. Come on now. You see all those cameras? I'm telling you, here, if you haven't, let me drop this link for you guys. If you haven't seen this, this is the PCA route with my commentary. And I start showing, just kind of like explaining, all the cameras. This is what I'm saying. Like, there's so many freaking cameras right there. Yeah, I mean, that's where I would have turned, though. That's where I would have turned. But let me, since we're on this footage, I want to pull up to 1122. And I went through Linda Lane and I did all sorts of different drives. I got a lot of footage I have to go through, but I'm going to be looking through all of it. Specifically, just in the 1122 King Road, Queen Road, Taylor Avenue area is where I'm going to be looking to see if I can find that vehicle. We're going through Ridge Road. Okay, I think this is Ridge Road right here. If not, we're close to Ridge Road. I'll know by by the turn, because that's. Let me see. So this is him heading, when you see that route that I showed you in the very beginning of the show, and how it went all through and around Moscow, came back up and around, made it look like the state of Florida. This is that drive. This is the exact drive that they're saying that the person that committed this crime drove.
They're saying, yeah.
Yeah, this is that road. And then right off to the left down the hill is where Moscow Police Department is. So as we curve around, beautiful. Oh my God, the scenery is so beautiful. I love Idaho, for real.
It is beautiful.
It is so. Look at the mountains and it's just beautiful. Indian Hills, yes, that's right. Thank you. Indian Hills. Ridge is by the house. All right, so then you're gonna come up to the A&W. Let me skip ahead. There's the A&W right there. This is how also that person wouldn't have got caught on that camera very well, is because that camera is right above the door and it's facing downwards. So when you're looking at this structure here, you got the top that goes above the gas pumps. That's in the way of the camera getting a photo of the vehicle going this way. And then as you're crossing, so he would have had to be right here where it would have taken a photo from that camera. But you have bushes that go up to the window of the vehicle, and then you have the structure of the roof for the gas pumps also blocking the view from the camera. So really the only picture they would have really been able to get from the A&W is a slight part of the front frame where the front windows meet the side front windows and the windows of the vehicle. You couldn't get a photo of the bottom of the car because of these bushes. You couldn't get a very good photo of the top of the car because of that roof above the gas pumps. And that camera's facing forward on that gas station. It's not facing down at the road. So it's a side shot of a car that is in between a structure for gas pumps and bushes right there that cover the bottom half of the vehicle. So that photo right there, again, when you're asking yourself, you got all these cameras all over this whole route, so many major intersections that we're driven through, but yet we're relying off of the grainy of the ring. I almost said body cam, ring cams of these houses. I'm sorry, you guys, I don't feel good at all. I'm really.
We know what you mean.
But we're going to be coming up to the house. I am going to be excited to go through this footage of mine. I have a shit ton day and night, different routes, and I might even do some shows where if I'm just not feeling good and I'm not very focused, kind of like this morning, I might just sit back and go through my footage with the members or something, do some members only, and just sit back and just not even just, just talk a little bit and just dig through the footage, because I'm only focused on just that small area, like coming up around here and stuff. I'll be really like scanning it, I won't even have all the graphics on the screen or nothing. I'll just have straight up footage.
It'd be a good refresher too.
Let me do this real quick. Do I have something without the frickin'? Yeah, let's get rid of that. Yeah, because I want to go even at nighttime too. Excuse me. And this is just a video that I have uploaded. It's not the actual footage. So the footage will be a hell of a lot clearer when we go through it. Whenever I download or upload just the footage, it's like way better than. But yeah, I'm gonna scan this whole neighborhood. I'm gonna take screenshots, zoom in. I think that's what I'm gonna do.
I
Do a
think it's a good
members
idea.
do a
Yeah.
members live. You because I'm a dude. I'll screenshot this. I mean, I'm telling you, and then it's 4K resolution with the real raw footage, so I can figure out a timestamp on an upload, get the raw footage out. Takes kind of like what I did with Sebastian Rogers' case with the security cameras. What would have picked him up and not picked him up. Use the raw footage, take screenshots, and then zoom into the screenshots for the absolute clarity and really frickin' dig in. Because I can dig in through all these vehicles right here with the raw footage screenshots.
It'd be nice for members to do together as well.
Oh, oh man. Yeah, and to dig through it. Even going through, I went through I went the other way down that way. I mean, I literally drove all sorts of different ways. Yeah, I'm gonna have to do that. Be safe, Sea Dog. Yeah, I have unseen footage, dude. This is the thing. I was trying to open up another tier because this is the thing. I only upload. I mean, seriously, you guys, I only upload like maybe 10% of my footage because I mean, I have so much, but I just barely upload it because I don't have the time to upload it and title it and organize it and all that. Literally, my footage is just, I have about 5 terabytes of footage from all the different cases that I've done stuff on. And Idaho, there's so much. And yeah, I'll be going through the unseen stuff, but I wanted to open up another tier and call it investigators because like I don't have time to dig through all of that footage either. And so if people are investigators and wanted to investigate all this footage, because literally I would just dump it, and that's what I had planned, but for some reason it's not working, the extra tier. So because I wanted to just, here, investigators, if you want to be a member investigator, I'm gonna dump everything that I got. I'm just gonna dump it. You're gonna see GX00. It ain't even gonna be titled. Like literally, I would just dump it all, and then investigators can dig into my footage. And if they see something, because there could be something sitting in my footage I've never known for the whole time since I've been there. There could be something in my footage. I just don't know because I don't have the time to look through it. And I wanted to, but it's a lot of good footage, and I just don't want to, you know what I'm saying? I don't want to do that either. So it's like, there's investment in it, and I want people to be invested in that footage just like I am. And so, but yeah, I'm gonna.
How come it didn't work though, the tier?
I don't know. I've been sitting there waiting for it to be approved for, I mean, hell, when did I try and do it? Last summer, I think.
You didn't get an email to say it was approved?
No. It was just sitting there. It was just sitting there, but
No, there is something that you're supposed to select there. It says go live once approved, and then it just appears itself. But I don't know if you weren't even approved. That's weird. Maybe you need to try it again.
I don't know. I'm not good at that shit. I'm just good at doing the work. when it comes to like the technical and all that other stuff, look, man, I'm seriously like, I'm good on the ground. I'm good at the scene. I'm good on location. When it comes to keyboard and
Try it again though, because I remember
I'm just being honest.
I used to have an extra tier when my channel was still monetized, and it wasn't that complicated. So maybe there's something like if you can just delete it and do it again, because it's a really good idea.
Yeah, because I have. I mean, when
Yeah.
I mean, shoot, when there's like, let me see how many cases I have of footage. Yeah, because it's like 5 terabytes total. Let's see. Amber Burbilia, Delphi, a lot of Delphi, Vicky White, Idaho, Micah, Riley Strain, Sebastian, Stephen Smith. And I got another folder too. Where's that one at? Let's see. Yeah, there's so much drone footage. I have drone footage that I've taken. Yeah, I just never upload. But yeah, I don't know. I'll have to figure it out because I, like I said, I don't have time. And then
Try it
you
again.
got people that take your footage and then try and. I've had that happen so many times too, where people have taken my footage just because I try and the ones that I do put out there, that is for the whole community. I want the whole community to see it. I don't need to put uh you know handles on it and stuff like that because I don't want that to mess up something that somebody might see to help with this case too. And so there's people out there that'll take it and then put their own voice to it, and then they pretend like they're out there doing it, and it's really the footage that I did. And so it's like, it's just, it's kind of whatever. But
People. Yeah.
Just because I don't put a layover on it, but
Yeah.
but yeah, there's I'm gonna do that though for members though. I'm gonna go through some footage and dig into maybe do some for everybody too, because listen, if I'm going to be digging through this footage to find this vehicle, I'm going to have to do a lot of shows. It's not going to be just in one show. It's going to be something that's really, I'm going to have to probably do a show of it every day plus other shows just to be able to find it, because there's going to be a lot of digging.
Yeah. It'd be like those old panels we used to have.
Like a deep dive of, but it's my own footage. Because when it comes to the Linda, it's kind of like, it's kind of like when we first did the grub truck in the Linda Lane deep dives here, way back in the beginning, early 23. When those were getting leaked out. When we were digging through them, there was that, I always called it, if you guys were here back then, I always called it a soup can muffler. And I just had, I just like to make jokes out of it and shit. And that was the thing, because it, there'd be some, when you're in when you're in areas and there's people that are, they make these modifications and they put soup cans on their shit to make it sound like it's, like it's some kind of rally car or something. And really, it's not. They just put a soup can on it and, add some holes to it. It makes it gives it that sound, and so that's another, when these these pictures came out, it was like, man, now I always, back then, I did the grub truck early on. We did that in December of 22. That dropped in December, or no, late November. We deep dived it in December, and then we deep dived the Linda Lane in the summer of 23, summer of 23. And what's up, Miss She Girl? and you could hear the same cars going to the same spots. And so I always wanted to do a deep dive combo of those two since then, where I wanted to like come up with how much time was it from when I heard, because there's timestamps on everything too. So how much time did it take for that car to drive to here to then go to the grub truck? Because I always felt as well that these people were driving back and forth, going from the grub truck to 1122 Linda Lane, grub truck 1122. You driving down Taylor Avenue. I felt like there was somebody that was driving around, following them visually from a vehicle. And when it came to like the corner, it's all in a really close area too. Really, it's a really small town. It don't take, but I always remember when I did the Linda Lane deep dive, I was like, holy crap, I've heard that car at the grub truck and zoo, 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 zoo. So I always felt like there was some pattern to it. Like on this camera, on Linda Lane, I would hear it at this particular time. And then so many minutes later, holy hell, I'm hearing it at the grub truck. And then so many minutes later, oh my gosh, it's right back to Linda Lane. Back and forth, back and forth. And I wanted to prove or even see if there was consistency with the time in between the two locations over and over and over and over, because I really think that there is. And go ahead, sorry.
No, I was just saying it does sound like surveillance, right? I mean, they would have had to do some kind of surveillance because not everybody was home. And then the crime started within a couple hours, we assume, of them getting home. So I think what you're saying makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, I think so. And so I also feel when you're looking at this photo right here with the ground, with the ground effects. Yes, I got the picture. Thank you. I appreciate it. When I got the ground effect, when you see the fog lights and all that, and then you go to this photo right here, that right there, it's low to the ground. You got the fog lights shining, and you got the rear end to show you the illumination that would take place across the vehicles. Right here. You got the illumination of it. Yeah. All right, let me see here. That looks like a Prius, Blackhawk. Hold on, let me show everybody the photo here. That looks like a Prius. Let me see. Let me save it. And I'm going to edit this, and I'm going to put it next to. So let me pull this one up. Where'd it go? Oh, I didn't. I'm struggling here. Okay.
Sorry.
No, I apologize to you because I feel bad not being able to be on top of it like I usually am, just because I'm not feeling good. All right, so here's the vehicle. See this right here? It's got that triangle. The only thing where what model is this? Because I need to see the rear end. I don't think that has any kind of thing that would illuminate. Because when you look at the taillights, right? The taillights are more oval than they are up and down, right? The taillights. So you see, yeah, do me a favor. Let me know what year this is, and then I'll look it up on Google and I'll look at the back end. It does have this window, but this is where I kind of think it might differ. Okay, and I'll bring up a side by side of the vehicles here in a second. It does have that corner, that triangle, right? It does. It has that triangle. It looks like it's the windows look longer, but I'm not really focused on that. What I'm focused on, this is what sticks out to me, Blackhawk, is these tail lights. Okay, the tail lights. I need to see a clear, and I'll look up the model. Just let me know what model it is in chat, and I'll bring it up on Google. I need to see the back end because I don't know how that would illuminate going across. I don't really see as chrome or a tail light there. But the big thing that sticks out to me is these tail lights right here. It's more of a up and down rectangle. And when we're looking at where's it at? This one right here. Okay. Excuse me. All right. So when we're looking at this tail light. Oh, hold on. I got to switch this. It's more of an oval. You see? If it was up and down, I feel like it would Blackhawk, I know. That's why I was like, I kind of know what's inside that present. The up and down, I would think it would be more. It would be defined more. Rosie, can you do me a favor and turn down your microphone a little bit? There's a lot of white noise with it. No, just the gain on the microphone. Like your little.
One sec. Let me just find that. Hold up.
Sorry. My stomach just don't feel good. Yeah. No, I appreciate that, Blackhawk. But I don't know. Let me know what you think. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna take that photo and I'm gonna put it right here where this Hyundai Elantra is. Okay, so give me 1 second. Let me edit this real quick. I'll add that vehicle in it so we can have it all up at the same time, and then we will. Let me see here. So let me edit this. And let me put that vehicle in. Okay, import. It could be StreamYard too. I don't know. StreamYard's bugging like crazy. All right, let me put this photo in there. Okay, so we'll bring this down. And let's make it a skosh smaller. What's up, Melzy? We'll make it a skosh smaller. Let's see.
Is that better?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. Just let me know if you can hear it again, because then I can turn the fan off. That might be the problem.
Oh, is that what it was?
Might be.
Oh, okay. I don't know. I just felt like I was on water in my stomach. I was
Sorry.
like, oh, sorry.
As long as you can still hear me.
All right.
Hot here, okay?
Yeah, I know. I forgot. It's actually warming up today here. Finally.
Good.
Now my stomach's just not feeling good. All right. I'm really effed up today, sick wise. Okay, so let me save this. No, I'm sorry for you all because I know it's like a messy ass production here.
It's not.
Just because I don't. Okay, so this will be. All right, so we'll save this. We'll bring this up now. Let me bring this photo up. This will have that vehicle in it. All right. Here we go. Okay. Yeah. I mean, no, seriously, that triangle does match. And but also when I'm looking at, because it does, like, it's got, you can tell that car has that perfect triangle, but when this is like right here, it's just like this car, it's got that perfect triangle. It's not like a stretch curve, it's like straight up triangle, just like this Sentra. Now let me go back to this, but this is see, it also has it just like that Sentra, and that's the part that, not only with the tail light, right, how it's kind of like an oval and then it's illuminated going across. Definitely close. Definitely. Because Liz, I'm telling you, that's the key feature that you first have to look for is this triangle. And I'm not saying that it's right now, to me, because it's the first car they came out with. It's the car that really does line up with the vehicle that's leaving, right? Because they first came out, and I'll show you guys the article. When they first came out, they came out with the 2019, 2023 Nissan Sentra. So when you're looking at the 2019 Nissan Sentra, the illumination would match because of the chrome that gets illuminated from the light on the porch. When it comes to the night vision uses its own, the reflection of it. And then it's got that ovalness to the tail light. So the ovalness with the continuation. Then you have that triangle that's on the back. And that's the two key things that you can see between these two, is that there is no perfect triangle. There's a curve. So it's a slight distortion of it. But over here, it's a straight up freaking triangle from here to here to here, straight up triangle. And I should kind of do like an outline. I should outline the vehicle too, like create like a 3D outline of the windows and the door and like here you got the wheel, you got the lights, you got the little ground effect to it. But yeah. But I'm not saying it's for sure, because I'm gonna dig as well. I'm gonna be trying to look. Basically, this back window is the first thing you want to look for. And then after that, you want to look at the tail end because it's going to have that illumination going across too with the ovalness. It's with the ovalness. But no, I mean, when I seen that window, I was like, oh, hell no. That's because look, that window.
Yeah, it is.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That's the. It's got that perfect triangle look to it. So again, here's the side view of that Sentra that we were just showing the back end of it that has that chrome strip going across. You got the fog lights, you got this, you got the little ground effect that sticks out. You can see little parts sticking out on the front of the vehicle as well when it comes to the illumination of the road that doesn't get reflected back on the camera because of the angle of the photo. And so that's why you see that little part sticking out, is because you're seeing that ground effect, right there sticking out. And then you got that perfect triangle. And so here is, and I'm going to be digging through the footage to see if I can find that Sentra and to see if I can find another vehicle, because it could be, and it's definitely, it's a short vehicle too. It's not stretched out Elantra. It's a short vehicle like that Prius or like the Sentra or something else. But I don't feel like the Sentra is the end. I almost feel like there's going to be something else that I'm going to be coming across on this footage. And it might even be another model of a car, because to me, it almost looks like it sits even lower than a Sentra. And I'm going to be honest with you. Like, like when you're looking at that photo, right, Rosie? I mean, this does sit lower than an Elantra, but I feel like this car literally is at the tip of my hand on that photo. See where my hand is?
Yeah.
I really feel like that car is low, is as low as where the top of that hand is on that photo. I feel like it's a lot lower than what this is.
I got that impression too. I don't really know anything about cars. I just know how to drive one.
Yeah.
But, I mean, I also got that impression, like it was like distinctly low.
Yeah, it's like, yeah, because my car's low, and it's lower than that. I'll tell you that right now. And to me, it looks like it would be at the tip of where that hand is. So it's another good few inches down. Because when you do look at this and you see the reflection off the pavement, here, hold on one second. Let me show this one, because they want to act like this is an Elantra, the law enforcement. All right, they want to act like, which has no illumination going across the back. But anyway, yeah, when you're looking at this right here, let me bring up the better picture. Let's see. Let's see. Stop and bring this up. Okay, so when you're looking at all of this right here, yeah, those fog lights are going to be illuminating the pavement. But what I want everybody to pay attention to is the reason why I say it sits a lot lower than what a Nissan does is because look at this illumination. It comes directly off the front. So if this car was higher, then it would take, and this would still be discolored, and you would see like a little teeny, like right where my hand is, you would see a little teeny discoloration. Okay. because it's going to be above that light is going to be above the pavement to where the angle's like this, so there's going to be a small little triangle that's not going to be lit up because of how high it's off the ground. Now, with the car being really low, that means that light barely has to travel in order to hit the pavement. It hits the pavement a lot quicker, which illuminates the pavement and makes it seem like there is no little teeny gap. And so that's why when I'm looking at the Nissan, I feel like it, no, they could have dropped it. They could have had a drop kit on it, and they could have lowered it. So, you know, it is. But at the same time, when I'm going to go through the footage, plus I need to see vehicles that match that triangle and can illuminate going across with little oval. Because anybody can put a ground kit on a vehicle or have it drop down. But that's what's telling me that this vehicle is drop down. And so that's also what's going to help me when I dig through my footage, because, and I might even just dig through all of my driving, because what happens if I came across this video when I turn this corner and I see this car, you know? What if I turned a corner on a street that's like 5 blocks away and I was driving by this person that was, you know, I might have to just dig through it all as I'm driving and dig through the neighborhoods first, the main spots, and then after that branch out to the rest, because I have a feeling that that car's around there somewhere, especially with them. Dodge Dart, $2 super chat. Sea Dog Dodge Dart. What year? What year you want me to look up? And really, if anybody has vehicles, and really, remember, and thank you, Blackhawk, too. Remember, we need to have that triangle that looks like the photos we showed. It's got to have that oval tail light with some kind of illumination, whether it's a light or a chrome, something that's going to reflect light back to that camera. And send me screenshots of it, because maybe you might come across something. Dodge Dart. What year? And thank you for that, by the way. Appreciate it.
2016 or any year?
2016. Oh, hold on a minute. 2016. Hey, now. Okay. Let me see here. You know what? Yo. I think, remember, because I said it was shorter.
Yeah.
Hold on a minute. I need to see. Do you have screenshots, Sea-Dog? Can you just send me screenshots? Because it is shorter. It does have that back window. And it might. Oh, here's a car right here. Will it let me save it? No. Web file. Hold on a minute. It might be a shitty photo. Yeah, it's.
I'm looking too.
Sorry, when I have this stuff, I can't see. Hold on. I don't want to. We're going to talk more about this evening. There's a lot of other stuff I want to get to too. I kind of. How long have we been doing this show? Hour and a half. Let me see here. Yeah. Hold on a minute. Let me see. Save. Thank you, Kib. Let me see here.
I mean, that also looks pretty good for it.
Yeah. Where? There it is. So does have that straight corner. And so my question is, does this illuminate going across? Because the reason I ask that is because when I'm looking at this photo,
I almost feel like that would illuminate. Like, it would be reflective, right?
Well, this is what I'm thinking, that or they're hitting their brake light, because look at how close they are to the corner of the road, right? So if I'm driving right here, I'm probably hitting my brake light already. So that's why I say it's either a chrome or an illuminated backlight. Some just reflect. I gotta see. I mean, that's a good one too, Sea Dog. But it's gotta either illuminate or reflect, and it does have that straight triangle window, back window. But also, that's why I say it could be a tail light, because you're very close to this T section and you're going to be hitting your tail light right here to slow down, because it is a really tight curve. So let me see. Let me show you some video of when I made that turn. Let me see. Let me give you some daytime footage. Give you some daytime footage instead of nighttime. Yeah, I would like to see, maybe I'll try and see if I can find like a YouTube video and see if it shows it driving at night or something. Yeah, I can't wait to go through this footage and find this damn car. I bet you it's around. I bet you they were still there. They probably enjoy going to sit in that back parking lot and relive it. See, I'm going to be scanning all these damn vehicles now. All right. So yeah, as you get to here.
So I looked up the tail light at night, and it seems like it's an outline of that shape that lights up. I don't know if it's for every model, but it's not like the whole thing.
Depending how much you spent. Some do, depending on model. What's also cool about the Dart is side view, you can mistake it as an Elantra. Let me see here. Well, there was people there. Hold on. Let me go to another video, because I was already slowing down. Let me go back to that photo real quick. Oh yeah, because of this. Oh, it's not showing it. Why is it? Come on, StreamYard. What the hell, man? They're coming out with updates. Look at this. Dude, I am getting so tired of StreamYard because it's nothing but buggy shit no matter what. For real. It's bad when they're coming out with updates, but then even when they're not, it's just I wish there was something else that I didn't have to pay for $50 fucking a month. All right. Anyway, this right here. Yeah, I can see how it can be mistaken too, because the Elantra has this as well. Yeah, that was at that parking lot. Oops, that's the wrong video. Let me see. So this one is leaving. So this, I don't think this will show you like, whoops. This will show you you're going to be slowing down. You're going to be slowing down right about that area. So I'm going to pause it. I'm going to pause it where that vehicle stop, or not where that vehicle stops, but where the and it's not the green frickin' car. So please, oh my God, the green car conspiracy bullshit from back then. Somebody wants to make fun of JLR. Jesus. Their own fucking video about the green car was ridiculous. Anyway, I'm just saying, everybody lives in a glass house. When you're sitting there making videos talking shit about people, it's like, come on, you live in a glass house too, lady.
Yep.
All right, so I'm gonna pause it where they got the photo of that car. So I'm driving normal. I'm gonna let it play first though. So right about here, I'm probably going to apply my brake, because I'm getting right here. I'm going to slow down. You don't have to stop, but you got to slow down because that's a tight turn too. So as tight as it is, you know, there's so many cars parked all over. Look at all these white and silver cars, yo. Like, come on now. There's so many of them, and they're everywhere.
Every second car. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Look at all the white cars here that were up there. You got white car parked there. You got white cars parked up on that parking lot for 1112. You got white cars straight up and to the right. You got white cars parked on the right side of the street right here. Coming up. I mean, there's so many white freaking cars.
Isn't it the most popular choice for a car?
I don't know why when it snows most of the time up there. If I'm living somewhere where it snows, I want somebody to see me if I get in an accident. How are they going to see me in a white car in white snow? It doesn't work.
And the fog.
Yeah, and the fog too, so
safe in South Africa.
Right.
I'm just saying that because I have a white car. So.
Oh, do you?
Yeah, I do.
Everybody does. So yeah, I don't know. I have to see. I wonder what I'll have to look up like a video on YouTube and see what or do me a favor and if anybody can, take some screenshots.
I just did.
Oh, you did?
Okay. I'm about to send it to you. That's where I said it. Like, it seems like it's an outline.
Okay. And then we'll put that photo. Where are you sending it to me?
Discord.
Okay. Okay. It just gave me a web page of a whole bunch of Dart reviews. There we go. Hold on. Hold on a second. I gotta edit that real quick. I don't want to show. Okay, thank you. Now that might be it. Can you do me a favor? Can you get one of a 2019 Nissan Sentra, just like that? And let me edit this. I gotta edit that plate out of it.
Sorry. Right.
No, you're good. I just want to make sure I don't put somebody's shit out there. Hold on 1 second. Excuse me. All right. All right. So let me stop this. All right. So here's that. That would create. Now I'm going to take a look at this. So when we're looking at this oval shape, it comes like this and it comes up and gets skinny. It's straight on top, comes up and gets skinny from the bottom. So now let me go back to this photo. Son of a bitch. Son of a bitch. That looks more like that tail light than a Sentra now. Sea Dog. Dude. I think that's another because to me on the top, even though it bubbles out on the very, very, like right here, even though it bubbles out right there, that's just from the brightness of this whole area right here. So it'll just add a little bit, but look at that bottom. What's up, Beach Bell? Look at the bottom. The bottom does curve up and get skinny. Damn, Sea Dog. Hold on a minute. All right. So shit. Let me oh man, I can't wait to go through this footage I got because I bet that the year anniversary, listen, the year anniversary, I bet that car was in frickin' Moscow when I went there. The year anniversary, because I'm telling you, when I was at the vigil, it was so dark and I was like, dude, if this person is still out there, this would be so easy for them to just walk by somebody and go and nobody get a good eyewitness because it was so dark. And the mood and the vibe there was like the person was there with us, man. I'm telling you, like it was wild. The energy that was taking place out there after the vigil was done and I was heading back to the vehicle. The energy was wild. There was those beefed up trucks, the group of beefed up trucks that was like fucking harassing me and shit, driving up and down. They were all like following each other one after one, and they kept driving down, and then I had to go down a side street because I had to park on a side street, and then they followed me down the side street, and I'm like, motherfucker. Like I literally like took my safety off because I'm like, Yeah, like I took my damn safety off on my weapon. I'm like, once they came down that side street, I was like, hell no. Because I was discussing a lot of things. I was going live. Dang. Well, what I'm gonna do is we'll talk about this more tonight. Okay. I want to talk about some of the other stuff here. We'll
Okay,
dig more.
Sorry, I'm still looking for the Nissan. It's not as easy to find.
It's okay. I'm gonna finish talking about it
Okay,
later
but
tonight.
I can still send it after
Yeah.
the show.
Yeah. There's no rush to it. And if anybody else, give me a night shot of a Nissan Sentra with their brake lights too.
Okay, you guys saying Nissan.
Yeah.
I was Nissan. Okay.
But yeah, it does those lights. Those we're gonna send me some more screenshots, Sea Dog, of that Dodge Dart too, and it does, and that Sentra does too. Speaking of, I need to get to that article. We'll talk more about the car stuff tonight. I think we really dug into it here already this morning, and then I'm gonna have to do that members only footage stuff. Digging through it, but shout out to Mishy Girl. This is the lovely lady that dropped this link to the article way back then. And thank you again, Mishy Girl, for being part of the community and all that you do for the Idaho 4 community as well. So this is the article, okay? And this is from New York Times. Let me get that video up so I can drop the link for you. Hold on. Or the web page up. So I'll leave the link. I can't open it because I clicked on it too many times and I'm not subscribing to their newspaper.
I couldn't open it either, and I've never clicked on it.
Oh, really? Yeah. But you guys, you should be able to, and if you want to subscribe to it, you can to see the whole thing. But I'm going to show you. I'm not going to go through the whole article. I'm just going to read the article until we get to the point where it tells you about the 2019 to 2023 Sentra. Just hold on. There's a lot of links that I saved here. It literally takes like a minute just to scroll through all of them. All right, so let's see. New York. Oh shoot. It'll be quick for me to find the video. Hold on. Let me just pull this up, and then because in the video description it has the link as well of the video that I made way back then. Okay, so it was summer of 23. Where's the link? All right, here's the source. Oh my gosh, is it? Nope. I gotta freaking subscribe. $1 a week. All right, here we go. So there's the link to the article. If you're watching on replay, you can either click in the live chat replay or you can just screenshot it and type it in on your own web browser. All right, so that's the link to the article. And I'm going to read through this here real quick. All right, so this June 10th, 2023 is when this article was put out. And it was inside the hunt for the Idaho unaliver. But in the weeks after 4 University of Idaho students were found in a house near campus last November, a growing roster of investigators desperately searching for answers had yet to identify a suspect or even find the weapon. Publicly, the authorities were assuring worried residents in the small college town that they were making progress. Privately, they were exhausting their prospects, scouring through the backgrounds of those with the thinnest possible connections to the case. Remember, we went through last week. We did that episode 1 with Trey and Busby, where we're catching them up on some of the stuff from the beginning, and even others that are just coming across to the case and how they were in those first press conferences. And it was a bunch of everybody's safe. We just don't know where the person is. Through the first 2. Oh, go ahead.
No, I was just saying, right. That's ridiculous.
Yeah. Through the first 2 weeks of December, investigators put some of their focus on classmates of the victims. They also widened the search to examine a man in another state who had been known to send harassing messages to women, but had visited Idaho only twice in his life. They looked at a woman previously charged with assaults in the region. I wonder who that was. They looked at you know who it is. They looked at a man once accused of wielding a knife. They looked at SOs. They looked at a white supremacist, even turned out to be a dead end. Then, after spending weeks sifting through an array of evidence that seemed to lead to nowhere, investigators announced an arrest in late December on the other side of the country. Brian Koberger, a PhD student from a nearby university, he was identified only after investigators turned to an advanced method of DNA analysis that had rarely been used in active murder investigations. Oh my gosh, see how dark it is? That was when they did the initial one. That's how dark. That's inside though. That's inside the Kibbe Dome. This one that I went to was outside the front where there's the clock. There's a clock on the front of the building. The story of how dozens of officers from local and state and federal agencies took the quadruple unaliving investigation into extraordinary territory is only now becoming more apparent through recently obtained records and interviews with people familiar with the investigation, who discussed key details that emerged before the issuance of a gag order in the case. The case has shown the degree to which law enforcement investigators have come to rely on the digital footprints that ordinary Americans leave in nearly every facet of their lives. Online shopping, car sales, carrying a cell phone, drives along city streets, and amateur genealogy all played roles in an investigation that was solved in the end as much through technology as traditional sleuthing. Now indicted on 4 counts of unaliving, Mr. Koberger has declined. This is earlier, again, June 2023. But contended previously through his lawyer that he would be exonerated. Investigators have yet to detail a possible motive. The person of identifying and arresting a suspect, the process of identifying and arresting a suspect took over 6 weeks. Weeks of increasing frustration and painstaking examination of evidence as the community pushed for answers, and they did. You could see in those news conferences, and even this one right here. Red cheeky guy. I wonder why. It says right here, indication of who committed the attack or why. The authorities eventually backtracked. We cannot say that there is no threat to the community, Police James Fry says at a news conference 3 days after the unaliving. So when you're telling the public that you're completely safe, but you're telling the public we cannot say that there is no threat. That's ridiculous. The department, which only had a few dozen officers, enlisted the Idaho State Police and the FBI to help bringing in dozens of additional investigators. Forensic teams processed evidence from the bedrooms, snapped photos around the home's back door, and hunted for footprints. Others searched for surveillance video from around town. And you know who took the forensic team? You know who that was? The DNA Dirty Glove. The people that went in there took photos and processed, documented. A week after the unalivings, records show, and this is the important paragraph right here. A week after the unalivings, records show investigators were on the lookout for a certain type of vehicle. Nissan Sentras from the model years 2019 to 2023. Quietly, they ran down details on thousands of such vehicles, including the owners, addresses, license plate numbers, and the color of each sedan. But guess what? All the people that they sent home, who says anybody had to come back? You saw how they were like approaching it. They probably, can we talk to Jimmy? Is Jimmy home? No, he's not. Okay, can you have him call us back, please? We're just curious if he knows anything. Okay, I'll tell him. A week goes by. Yeah, this is University of Idaho. This is Moscow Police. Is Jimmy there? No, he's not. No, he's not. Can I take a message? Yeah, we're just wondering, we're just wanting to talk to him, see if he's okay. And at the same time, just curious if he knows anything about those nights. If you can just have him call us back, da-da-da-da-da. Okay, I'll have him call you back. Jimmy never calls back. There had to be plenty of Jimmys that didn't call back. And think about it. If you committed the crime, because they sent students home just a couple days after it took place, go home, go be with your families, because they wanted to make sure that mommy and daddy weren't telling the son or the daughter, you ain't going back to that damn college, because I'll be damned if the same thing happens to you and the next semester, especially if they didn't have anybody caught. So they let a whole bunch of people go right away when they didn't even need to. They didn't question everybody like they should have, because they didn't question everybody like they should have because they didn't even know the exact number of how many students were out there when they showed up. So if you don't even know how many students were out there when you showed up, well, I know damn well you don't know everybody that could have possibly had some information.
Yeah, and I bet they still don't know how many were out there.
It just makes sense how they all just jumped on stuff, just like the Oregon car. It's like I've always told people, they jumped at BK like they jumped on the Oregon car. And then by that point, you got to hurry up and get it put together, because you got a semester coming up.
Very important.
Yeah. Amy's right, because when they were digging into that car, we were looking into the background because we got the VIN number of the vehicle, and we were looking up the background, and it was tied. There was a lot of ties to that. I actually got in trouble back then because
really,
I was talking about Amy will know what I'm talking about, and I can be vague about it. Okay. There's some individuals and some businesses that are tied with that individual that's tied to that vehicle, and there's other ties to those businesses that are tied to that person that are also tied in with other businesses that are in Moscow. there's so it, and even Bitcoin, there's a Bitcoin company involved. When you're looking at a lot of these companies that are associated with this individual are also from overseas. This is where I started to learn that a lot of these there's a reason why some of these businesses are overseas and their headquarters are in Italy or something like that, because they can get away with the shit that they can get away with because of the international law when it comes to different restrictions. And so when it's overseas, so basically the United, like there's certain ways that if the United States wants to investigate something, they have to go through that country's city's police department and get permission. So if the people are corrupt already, the businesses are corrupt already, the people that are working in the city, like the police for that particular city in that country, could also be corrupted, and then that's where the buck stops. Because only law enforcement can only go so far when it comes to certain crimes overseas, because they have to have depending on what country and all that, they have to have certain permissions. They can't just go to that person's business. They can't just invest, they can only go so far. And so, and they know that. And so when we started discussing those companies and how they're tied in with these companies, and then started exposing the scams of it, that's when their legal representatives reached out to me and said, you need to shut the fuck up, take the videos down, and we're saying this nicely. Like, I said, I know what you're talking about. No problem. And I took it down. It's actually why I had the conversation with somebody else. It was somebody else I was doing a couple shows with back then, because we were kind of working on it together. And I was like, look, dude, he was like, dude, you should leave him up. I'm like, fuck that, dude. I'm not leaving him up. Like, I've already discussed it. It's already out there. The information's out there. The people that were there know what was dug up. And there's no reason for me because these people, when you look at the legal, they're some heavy fucking hitters when it comes to legal. And I was like, and I looked at it like this. I was like, look, they said, look, man, we love your shit, but you need to take this stuff down, because what this does to my client, like, it was the nice way. They were like, look, we like you. We're giving you a friendly heads up. Like, we don't want to normally go the route that we would and just file the paperwork and you get it in the frickin' mail. We like you. Just a heads up, man. I'm like, I get you. I get you.
That was a good call.
So yeah, when it comes to that car, yeah, there's some crazy stuff to it when you really dig into it. When you get to that part of the digging in and the investigation where you're overseas and you're into those businesses, and then you're into the Bitcoin connections to those businesses, and then the other stuff that comes along with the Bitcoin stuff, you'll know what I'm talking about.
Okay.
It's wild.
It does sound wild.
That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying about it. When it comes to this, the firefighter stuff, right?
Yeah.
I wanted to, because I want to cover that firefighter stuff, and then I want to talk a little bit about the 911 stuff and the text messages. Last night I put out this fireman Sigma Chi video, and I put together a little highlight. I uploaded it, but I also put it up there this morning, and I also want to show you guys another picture about this volunteer program. So when I went out to Moscow for the year anniversary, that's when I started looking into, like, I was realizing a lot of stuff. I saw how the community wasn't flourishing as much as the university was, and it was night and day. It was like high class and low class. It was crazy. Then I started to dig into the universities, the fraternities and the sororities, and then I started to see the connection there. And then that's what led me into the connection from the sororities and the fraternities to the volunteer programs. And so it's a trifecta: the university, the local, and the fraternity sororities. It was a triangle effect, and they all want to make sure that machine just keeps moving nice and smooth. There's no interruptions. Everybody's getting that money, and everybody's ranking up, getting awards, moving on to other places, making a lot more money because of all the accolades that come with, basically doing what you're supposed to in that area. And so I wanted to play this little 11-minute thing, and I wanted to show you this. And then after we're done with this, I'm going to show you guys a surprise that I don't know if anybody remembers, because remember Adam from the Corner Club, the guy that was chilling there on the stool, the one Kaylee, what did you tell Adam? I told him everything. Yeah, I'm gonna show you a photo that stuff that we discovered back when I was in Moscow, and shortly after I came back, when we were digging into all that stuff. You'll be amazed who's part of this group too. But this was from last night. This is about Mr. Sigma Chi President, the first responder. Why were you so silent? Because you were there that morning. With this fireman stuff, this is something that we've been discussing for a year and a half, 2 years. And it only has 1,100 people have even seen that Sigma Chi President was a first responder. This is back when it was CJ's concepts.
CJ and his vacuum, and CJ and the first responders. It's like he's been on it.
He has been on it.
And this is something that's been out, and that was a great conversation when it came to that 911 call. You know what I mean? And it's like I've continued to say from, one of the first shorts I ever made, because I don't even really make them, but it was like the best way to exclude your DNA is to show up. Hello.
Exactly.
You always said that. You always said that.
Yeah. It's a first responder.
He's got to show up at his shift for 7 o'clock in the morning on Sunday. Okay. You go commit the crime, you get back home, you settle the F down, you clean yourself up, you get yourself calm, and then you go into work and you're confident because you know that you're going to be called to show up to the freaking crime scene because you committed it. And look who else was a first responder for Sigma Chi. The guy that when Brian Netton went to talk to him wanted to look down at his phone and not talk. And
I
not
remember
talk
that.
Yeah, this was something that we brought up a long time ago.
Oh, I'm sorry. I have to go to algebra class right now. Sorry, I can't talk to you.
Yeah, he's like, well, we already said everything. We already cooperated.
I was going to ask, you said that they wear many hats.
Oh, yeah. They all rank up. They multiple. I mean, think about it. When you're in a community and we're going to just talk because you have to explore other theories, thoughts, and opinions, right? So if we're going to talk about EMS and fire and police and even the university, even the fraternities and sororities. So when you're in the middle of nowhere and you don't have anybody that's Pullman is next door, other than that, it's a bunch of hills. It's a bunch of hills and it's a bunch of mountains. It's beautiful. Oh my gosh, it's beautiful. But You're out in the middle of nowhere. So who's going to be doing this on you? Nobody, right? Nobody's going to be looking down. Oh, what the hell are they? That's kind of shady. Ain't nobody going to be doing that. You're your own existence as far as you can see, you know? So
Right.
you can, it's a thing where they've all perfected that up there because it's always been middle of nowhere. We're the only people. We rule how we want to rule, and it's how we want to do it. And if you don't like it, we deal with it, and it's always been that way.
That's
You
what
hear
YouTube all about.
You hear the stories from James, the guy that I interviewed that lived there and went to Christ
Yeah.
Church. Okay, so it's bubbleistic. Okay, is the best way to put it. Bubbleistic. Okay, force field. So you perfect, right? So man, we need more money, more money, more money, more money, more money. It's all about money. And there's the playlist. There's Uncovering the Cover Continued. This is where I have a lot of the stuff that's linked. You see me go through the rituals of Sigma Chi. You see me go through the hierarchy. You see me go through how they have to have a game plan action in these situations. I'm uncovering it all. And this was something that we started back then, during and after my trip there. For the year anniversary. Up there too, it's very rich up there as well. So when you're thinking about all this money, they've perfected it to where we keep the negative attention, the negative, the negative words that get associated with the calls, that get associated with the people that are involved. And so when everybody has this bubble and the atmosphere is so thick to where people can't speak out, just like James, where people can't speak out, you're suppressing all of that information. And so what happens is just like there's a couple officers that just got awards because they saved somebody's life in Moscow just now. Okay, so when you're thinking about all of this rank up in these awards, you dig into the university, you dig into the fraternities. That's what led us to the volunteer program, because when I started exploring the connection of the university to the fraternities based off of Green's book as well, which amplified it even more, then you start to uncover the volunteer programs that they have and the badges that they have right there on this thumbnail. This Sigma Chi Pandemic Responder, Sigma Chi First Responder. They issue these pins to Sigma Chi. When you start to look into the first responder program and the volunteer program, then that shows you the hours that they were working. They were working night duty on weekdays, and on weekends they were working 24/7, not 24/7 shifts, but 24/7 volunteers. So then when you start to look further into that, then you start to see that the fraternities and the sororities themselves have to respond to that particular area. So if there is a call that comes in and you're a first responder, if it's in your area, it's your responsibility as that fraternity or sorority to go then respond to that call that is needed. So when you're thinking about the hours that the first responder volunteers had to work, which was Sunday morning and Saturday night, also Saturday morning and also Sunday night. So there were volunteers working at the time that the crime took place. There were volunteers working at the time that the call came in, and there were volunteers that were working even after through that night until 7 o'clock on Monday morning. So when you have all of these awards, all of these volunteer programs, awards, you look at the awards within law enforcement, you look at with the awards within the university, everybody is getting awards no matter what platform you're on, because they all understand how to keep in line. They all understand how to minimize and suppress the information, which means that they get more money in their pockets all the way around. It's a win-win-win for them as long as you play the game. So when it comes to that area, they can be very good at it and they can perfect it because they are that area that's in the middle of nowhere and nobody's looking down on 'em going, hey, that's kind of shady. Just like when you see in the body cams, what other body cams in the United States of America that we know of that you can sit there and watch law enforcement officers treat females like they treat females? Okay.
Well, CJ, do you remember from November 13th that paramedics were not allowed in the house? Moscow police kept them out. Do you remember that detail?
I had heard it, but it didn't make sense to me at all.
Yoli,
Because,
did you hear that?
I did.
yeah, that was
But
in the very
they-
beginning.
Even the emergency response workers, EMS workers, were not allowed in.
Yeah, that's what I heard from the very beginning, which doesn't make sense because they were the first ones to show up.
And the coroner didn't go in until after.
Think
what,
about
5?
it. Think about it. Who showed up first before? Let's go technical and not technical because I'm trying to show you what I'm talking about with this right here. What people showed up before EMS?
It was Moscow police. It was one of these
No.
officers.
Before police, before EMS, who showed up at 11:22? We just read the people in the 911 call.
Oh, yeah. Oh, it was friends summoned to the house, right?
Right. And what fraternity were those friends from?
Sigma Chi.
Makai?
Boom. Boom. So what are you going to do? You're going to call Mr. President, the one that is pictured all the way to the other side of the screen holding that axe. It's almost Friday because I'm ranking up in that volunteer program too. What are you going to do? Number one, remember when we went through the protocols of the fraternities? The fraternities have to also have a game plan, an action game plan for when it comes to situations like this. Who's going to have the most dictatorship and knowledge when it comes to that game plan? Mr. President. Who's also going to have the most knowledge when it comes to EMS work before EMS even shows up? Mr. President. So you don't technically, and this is why I say EMS or volunteers were the first people to show up because they really were. They just weren't in the uniform. They're still EMS. Just because they don't have on a uniform. Because think about it. If you're a fraternity member, right? And you're Hunter, right? You're Hunter. Hey, bro, Prez, the one that's supposed to make the decisions for the fraternity, right? When it comes to this game plan action, the one that's would have some of the most knowledge or be respected amongst the brothers when it comes, they're gonna have the Prez come over there anyway because he's gonna have some of the most knowledge. He's gonna be the one to make the decisions on who does what. So why wouldn't you have this guy show up with you? You know what I'm saying? All right, so there's that, and I want to show you guys this other photo. So let me show you this. So when I talked about Adam, and that's breaking down, if you go to the Uncovering the Cover and shout out Golf, RIP Golf, Golf joined us for one of those 4-hour episodes where I was going through some of that stuff. She recently passed away. And it was as I was kind of going through the playlist myself, Uncovering the Cover, I came across it and I was like, oh my gosh, Golf was on that episode. And I just shout out to Golf Inspector General, prayers for her and her family. But this is what I want to show. So you guys remember this guy here at the Corner Club? Remember him?
Yes.
This guy at the Corner Club. Look who else. Look who else is part of that volunteer program.
I remember this now.
This guy. all sorts of photos. This is just a little collage that I put together, but there's all sorts of photos with this guy in this volunteer program. He is also a volunteer.
Yeah.
Yeah, this was part of the uncovering the cover, you guys. Trust me. It's a playlist from like I said, when I got back, when I started, when I was there, I started it all started clicking together. That's why
Yeah.
it's important to be at these locations because then you really do get it starts to sink in. So definitely check out that playlist sometime, and especially with this fireman conversation that came out in these documents recently, it makes you wonder. It really makes you wonder with all the people that were being, oh, there's fake FBI, there's fake law enforcement, there's fake firefighters, there's fake people running around in these uniforms pretending to be so and so. So when you hear that fireman outfit, that's when you got to go back to all of this that we uncovered back then and see how all of this stuff, back then when I was bringing up all this stuff, what's up, Busby? When I was bringing up all this stuff, I was talking about this stuff is legit, and there was so many people that just wanted to continue to bash me, and it's like, come on, people. And so when you see time taking place and you see all these things coming out, you're like, damn. What
Just
the
be
hell?
patient.
He knows what he's talking about. I do. And just because I don't have 100,000 subs like these other people doesn't mean that I don't know what the hell I'm talking about. It doesn't matter how many subs you got. It matters what's up here. That's the difference. So I wanted to show you guys that. That was something from back then too. Now, and if you are a member, trust me, we're going to be digging more into this car stuff, and I'm going to go through my old footage, and I'm going to do some lives with everybody. Probably do the first one members, second one members, and then after that, maybe kind of open it up more after that. But I wanted to switch back to this stuff because I wanted to get your opinion on, first of all, this 911 call.
Right.
Is it showing? No, it's not. Yes, it is.
It
Okay.
is.
All right. When it comes to this 911 call, now, obviously, it is redacted in the middle, but I can guarantee you that it's redacted before and redacted after. But based off of what was put out there, okay, this is the interesting stuff, and I'm curious about what you think about it, Rosie. Now, this is right here. It tells us that HJ, so I'm assuming it's Hunter, located the unresponsive body of Xana and informed BF and DM to call 911. So that's what leads me to believe that A is BF, A1 is HJ. Now, the interesting conversation that takes place is pretty crazy. So,
sorry, you believe A1 is
HJ. So when we scroll down here, because HJ discovered, so right here it tells us HJ located the body of Xana and informed BF and DM to call 911. Now, why would somebody have to inform two other roommates that were inside the house when the crime took place to call 911? I don't understand that.
Yeah.
Because Rosie, if we were living in the same house and this crime happened to me and you didn't call 911, I'm gonna haunt your ass for the rest of my life.
I'm sure you have permission to. That
I'm gonna haunt your ass.
Well, I don't know. I I struggled with this. I spent the whole day on it, and I eventually had to like color code. You see, I had to color code all the people, and I don't know. I really feel like I think that A1 is Bethany,
Wait a minute.
because also A and
No, it's
A1
a
are
woman. It's a woman.
Yeah.
Wait, hold on a second. Hold on, let me go back to it. Well, this is what does it. I kind of thought that too, but I thought it was a friend too because they live to the right.
I don't believe that.
Because right here, hold on a second. So let me see here. Let me scroll up. Okay. Address. No, don't. A is no, don't. So Beth, it's got to be Bethany. Something happened in our house. We don't know what we have. ... What's that means? Like somebody just paused and maybe was like, shh. And then 1122. No, don't. Okay, right here. A1. We live at the right, so we're next to them. Right?
Yeah.
So it's a neighbor. Let me see here. So I want to show some screenshots here real quick. I'm going to show you why it wasn't 1112. Okay. There's a lot of people thinking that it might be 1112. I want to show people why it wasn't anybody that lives at 1112. Because when you're looking at this photo, these people are shocked as hell. So it wasn't them. It wasn't them. When they're saying I live to the right, I'm imagining they're standing in the parking lot looking at the door where right above it says 1122, where everybody parks. So these people right here, especially this lady, is shocked as hell. These people seem shocked as well. So I don't believe it was them. Now, when you're talking about to the right, the house, so that's 1112. 1118 is the house that person had somebody steal their underwear or whatever. So let me bring this up. So here's a bird's eye view of the area. So here's 1122. 1112 is right here. What's up, Victorine and Ann Kath Dube? That's the porch right here of the photo where I showed you the people that are like freaked out. 1118 is the house, because you remember it had that driveway. 1118 is the house where that girl had her car broken into and her underwear was stolen. Now 1126, and this is, you had two houses where the friends lived at. They lived at that house, and they also lived at 1119. Okay, but if they're saying I live to the right, I kind of think it was somebody from 1126, because 1126's door, there's a door over here, and there's one right here. They had the clear shot to the sliding glass door. I'm sure they probably heard something, and they saw the doors open. Remember, there's reports of the doors being left open. Okay. I think it came from 1126. I think somebody from 1126 was the neighbor that came over and was living to the right, but also it could have been somebody that was living here or somebody that was living up over there. So when it came to that part of the 911 call, I apologize. I'm not feeling good, and I can't remember what person I thought was Hunter.
Oh, no, that's fine. I mean, I agree with you, but what bothers me about it, for the most part, is that the the 911 operator on the phone said that she had already spoken to 4 people and she was getting frustrated about it, but they mentioned 3 in the list. So I almost feel like, was there somebody who wasn't documented? Because some of it is just disjointed, incoherent. It sounds like somebody is interrupting somebody else. And at some point she says, I've spoken to 4 people, and they're only mentioning A1, and A2.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and it's later. Yeah, later on down here. This is what stuck out to me as well with A and A1, because A1 to me is obviously Bethany, and maybe A1 is Dylan, like you said. Maybe it is Dylan, because look at the interaction between A and A1. It looks like they're trying to tell the truth, and they get stopped, and it gets it's the distancing of it, right? I'm going to put us close, but then somebody else is going to distance.
Yeah, I definitely feel like person A is not on board with this call. Person A wants to bring the topic back to what happened, not the so-called unconscious person, because they even say, I don't know about that. I want to talk about what happened at 4 a.m. because the operator is in emergency mode, like what's happening right now. And they're not. Person A, it's not immediate. They want to talk about something from the past, right? They keep taking it back to that, and they keep getting like almost strong-armed by someone else. I don't know if I'm reading too much into it, but I feel like person A wants to say something else.
Yeah, because
they're not on board with this.
Yeah, you got A. This is what's weird is what's your phone number. So, when it comes to A and A1, that's why I feel like A1 is that neighbor too. But what's crazy is you see right here, what's your phone number? And there's like what's the rest? Like there's all these responses here. So then when you get to okay and tell me exactly what's going on, A1, one of our stops changes one of the. So you're going to include everybody, but then you're going to distance yourself.
Exactly.
Okay. And I brought it up last night. It makes me seem like somebody lives there, but they don't want to admit that they live there on the 911 call, which is part of this interaction, right? Because it's one of our stops themselves, one of the roommates. Okay. Then A says, no, we saw. And then I feel like somebody was like,
exactly.
Because you get that pause.
Earlier on, when A starts talking, she like stops and says, no, don't. And I feel like somebody was trying to take the phone from her, because I don't think she was talking to the 911 operator when she said, no, don't. I think she was talking to someone in the environment, and they were trying to like get control of that. I honestly felt like the call from A's perspective was just trying to get some kind of like crime filed almost. It was just weird.
I feel like the person had him on speakerphone, and that's why you had 2 people talking to the operator at the same time.
It's possible.
It's one of the things that drives me nuts. Like with my daughter, it's always speakerphone. I'm like, can we have a conversation where we're not on speaker? You know what I mean? It's just the thing, right? So, excuse me. But I'm imagining somebody talking on speakerphone, and then you get this suppression of information, like one of our changes one of the. A1's distancing. A says no, we saw, and then you get that, and then the operator's sitting there for a second, and then probably is like, okay. And then A1, and they saw when A was saying no, we saw, and then you get the pause. It's probably somebody taking the phone, holding it away, going, no, we need to tell them that they saw. Yes. Oh, and they saw a man in their house last night. Even though I was there with you, I'm trying to distance myself. And that little interaction right there was like information's trying to be suppressed. And
Yeah.
also I feel like somebody's trying to make it seem like, you know, my name's CJ, but I'm calling in as Jimmy about a 911 call. Like, yeah, I live right to the right. I'm just a friend, but really you're part of the roommate. You just don't want to. And that's one of the reasons why I feel like the recording or any of it wasn't released, is because I think they knew that sleuthers would have been even you know, retired investigators would have been able. Think about all the videos that were out there of the students on TikTok and all these other, that they were talking, and you know, you would be able to get a voice analysis. So I really feel like part of it was because they didn't want this voice being put out there, so that people would be able to do the voice analysis and would be able to figure out really who is who.
Yeah, and I agree with you. And I like what you said about, you know, them wanting to distance themselves, because I also always felt like, I know I've mentioned this a lot and people are getting sick of it, but I always felt that the calls from Kaylee and Maddie's phones might not necessarily be from Kaylee and Maddie, because I feel like there were people around here who didn't want their number on record. And this is also kind of implying that in a way. I just, for some reason, when it comes to like A2, I don't believe that they don't live there. I don't.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. And then A2, okay, sorry, they just gave me the phone. And then right here is where the operator says, okay, I need someone to stop passing the phone around because I talked to 4 different people.
Yeah.
Now somebody,
We only
this is
know-
another thing. Sorry.
No, I'm just saying, again, they've only listed 3, and the 911 operator knows that she's spoken to 4. It's like someone was left off.
And maybe this is where part of that comes in, because right here, the one I copy about 20-year-old female unconscious. Now here, RP's on the scene, phone advised the roommate on scene is passed out and not waking up. Believes she got drunk last night. Something about a male being in the room with them.
Yeah.
But when you're looking up right here, where does it say the age, right? It says the age down here, right? Oh, she's 20. Yeah, she's 20, 20, 20, 20, 20. Right here. From A, she's 20. Okay. But above that, the one I copy about 20-year-old female unconscious trying to get further, where do you see 20-year-old in any of this?
That is interesting. I didn't notice that.
Yeah, so that's why I think it was edited in the middle too, because look, you're starting off with the call right here, location of your emergency. You're going down, you don't see anything about an age, you don't see anything about an age, you don't see anything about an age, you do see unconscious, you do see respond for unconscious, but right here, the one that I copy about a 20-year-old female. So when you, where's the 20-year-old, right? Where's that at?
Yeah.
So if it was redacted in the middle, why doesn't it have this? And why isn't there another letter and number included for these other individuals that they supposedly talked to? Because they only talked to a couple people. 3 of them when it gets to A2, and they said 4.
Yeah.
Like
I mean, unless the 911 operator was mistaken, but I just don't think so.
Yeah, so if it was redacted in the middle, which it would be, if you get to 20-year-old and there is no mention of a 20-year-old, it means there's a redaction in the middle, not in the beginning, because the beginning of the call's right here. So there is a redaction in the middle.
Yeah.
Why is there not this? Why is there not this on that piece of paper? In the middle, just like this is right here. It should be blacked out, and it should have Q4. Or I'm sorry, A3. A1, A2, and A3.
Yeah, it's not right. Something's not quite right.
Mm-mm. No, something's not right at all
Yeah,
with those.
with the whole call, it's just, it's really, it's eerie. It's so disturbing because, I don't know. I just feel like somebody there did have an agenda, in my opinion. Somebody in the room.
Yeah, you're right, Sea Dog. You don't mistake the correct age.
Yeah.
So why wasn't the redaction included in the transcript? And that right there, when you don't even put in a redaction, that is really suspicious to me.
Me too.
Because it should be nothing but this right here, if that's what it is, and it should correspond with the letter.
Because there's also a part where I think it's at the line 85 where A is talking at the top.
I see.
I think that the 911 operator asked for A or them to go and check on the person who might be unconscious, and A was saying, yes, we'll go and check, and she's trying to get the other people to go with her and look, and it sounds like someone is objecting to that, but they're not putting that in. They're just showing what she's saying, and they're not explaining what she's answering to. So it says the operator asks her to go check, so she says, yeah, I'll come on, let's go, we gotta check, but we have to. Is she passed out? So what is she responding to when she's saying stuff like, but we have to? It sounds like somebody in the room is saying, we can't do that, we can't go there, I don't want to do that. So they're not putting in everything that you can at least hear on the call, especially if it is on speakerphone. So they're just saying what she said, but what is she responding to when she's saying, but we have to? Like, she's not just going to randomly say that. So there is something missing, for sure.
Well, it kind of goes back to the uncovering the cover with this fraternity and the sororities handling their own EMS fire calls for their particular sorority or frat members or the area that those houses are located in. And so I can see somebody that is a volunteer first responder. There's different parts of training. I don't know if it includes cadavers. I don't know if volunteers would necessarily get exposed to the scent that gets created from the brutality of the crime and the fast tracking of the scent of the blood and the toxic chemicals from your organs getting mixed together. That creates a scent that just isn't blood. It creates a scent that you can't describe. And so it makes me wonder if these volunteer, and I'm going to have to look this up. I wonder if these volunteers are exposed to cadavers. You know, if somebody's already been passed, they might go to a morgue, or they might go to, you know, somewhere where they can get that knowledge of what it smells like, because it makes me wonder if one of those people that is redacted was a fraternity or sorority member that recognized the smell, and that's why they were telling everybody you can't go in there, because they could smell the smell from the door. Like, you wouldn't even have to be looking your head in, you'd be able to smell the smell. And when you know that smell, you automatically know what kind of injuries took place, and you automatically know what created that smell. And so I could definitely see somebody, as a volunteer. I wonder if there's some kind of thing where they can have, it's like a automatic redaction because they show up to help, and they get, kind of like that unconscious. If it's for an OD or something like that, they have that amnesty up there. And so it makes me wonder if there's some kind of amnesty thing with the volunteers uh, that are the fraternity or sorority members.
I mean, it's not impossible at all, especially with how confusing this call is, because there's definitely a lot of interruptions. If you look at how many times somebody starts a sentence and it's not finished, so you do have to wonder who's talking over who. And I think that I mean, it's not impossible, really. Like that, they would have to take somebody out because they were a special kind of witness or something. I mean, I don't think it's impossible.
No. And that makes me wonder, just looking at this, like, how'd you get to 20? There's obviously a redaction in the middle somewhere. Why is there a complete redaction where you don't even see it when it should literally have these blocks all up and down? And so that's, I wonder why. Why would you have to redact an additional A number when you can redact what was said? It makes absolutely no sense.
Yeah, it's like the person being there is redacted, not what they said.
Yeah,
strange.
Right.
Yeah.
Like redacted to where this isn't even blacked out.
Yeah.
Like that's not even blacked out. Why is it hidden like that? And thank you, Susie. I appreciate the kind words. Yeah. After our show last night, Steve G had an interview on News Nation, and you could see the doubt setting in. I'm going to play that for you guys before we end the show. I do the videos and stuff like that, and not too many people notice them because YouTube's algorithm is effed up, I guess. I don't know. But it's just like with the, hell, for that the Sigma Chi president being a first responder at 11:22 that morning. That video's been out for how long, and it only has like 1,000 views on it. So there's not too many people that even know about this stuff, that of the work. And so, like, here's this playlist. If anybody again wants to check it out, this will explain the fraternity and sororities and how it's connected to the university, and I go through all of the different protocols and rituals and connections and all these different things. So definitely check it out sometime, especially if and hell, you could basically type in Idaho 4 EvilleCJ, and there's going to be shit tons of shows where we just dig into everything. I want to discuss this now because to me, or is there anything else you want to discuss more about the 911 stuff?
No. I think that's it. It's just everything we've said already. I just feel there's something really not right there. To sum it up. Yeah.
Yeah, it and then for a defibrillator too, it's like if you, I don't know how you get to defibrillator unless it was somebody that just peeked around, couldn't barely breathe, peeked around and looked and just saw feet laying there and yelled the name and nobody was answering. So I don't get that either when it comes to that far down in the call.
Who first asked about the defibrillator? Was it the operator or?
No, I think it. Hold on, let me go back. I thought it was A.
I think A asks one of the officers that arrived, but after the dispatch had already asked her.
Oh, okay. Hold on. Let's see.
But I might be wrong.
Let's see. Oh, I think she's talking to. Yeah, she's talking to on dispatch right there. So I don't know if they heard that. The person is not conscious, not breathing, unintelligible. That's probably when she saw. That's probably when she saw. Sorry, they just gave me the phone. Is she breathing? Hello, is she breathing? No. Okay. And then unintelligible, unintelligible. Probably said, "Oh my gosh, there's blood everywhere. The patient is," and then some more screaming. Talking to dispatch to see we don't have one. Do you have see this right here? So that must be the officer when she. But why would you ask for a defibrillator if you were just screaming?
I think dispatch started talking about one, and then she just responded and said we don't have one, and then by that point somebody was already there, and she started asking the responder, and then
No.
oh yeah, I don't know.
No, I'm talking about. So right here, they're walking in.
Okay.
Because right here, hello. Okay, I need someone to stop. Okay, sorry. Is she breathing? Hello. So now, is she breathing? No. Okay. All right. And then Bethany or Dylan, I need you to talking to them. I can't talk to them. I need you to talk to them. So then she's more talking more talking. Now she answers okay. So she can answer okay. She's letting them know that she sent the ambulance, probably still trying to go in. This is where she's talking to dispatch right here. This part right here is talking to dispatch because units responding, RPs advising. So she's talking to dispatch. This is where I think A sees what the hell's taking place.
Probably, yeah.
You know,
that is unintelligible. Yeah.
What? And then you got more of it. And I this right here, I probably think is, oh my God, there's blood everywhere. There's blood. Oh my God, what the hell? You know, like you hear, okay, the patient's is because there's something going on, right? Oh my gosh, she must have saw. Is the patient not conscious, not breathing? That means that the dispatch knows that something's being seen. Because she's at right. Okay. And then they can't answer again because now she probably ran out. Now, okay, if there's a now to someone send someone to get it now and tell me when you have it. I feel like that is back to dispatch. Then right here, she overhears the dispatch and goes, "No, we don't have one." But she wasn't talking. She thought she was talking to her, but she wasn't. Then we got unconscious, not breathing. Then she's asking, "Do you have a defibrillator?" Because she heard her send it out to the people. Then the officer's walking up, and that's probably her saying to the officer, "Do you have one?" "Yes, we have one." Now she's saying, "But are you talking to the officer?" "Yes, I'm talking to the officer." So you got her screaming. You got her screaming and freaking out. Then you got her running out because she's obviously outside now. So you got her screaming, freaking out, seeing something. She overhears dispatch mention the defibrillator to the responding officers that are showing up. Then she overhears it. "We don't have one." Then she's not paying attention because the officer's walking up now. "Do you have a defibrillator?" "Yes." And then but you're talking to the officer. "Okay, I'm going to let you go." And then you hear him say, "I think we have a homicide." And I feel like something else was cut out of that as well, because how do you determine that you think you have a homicide
Yeah.
when
Say why.
when dispatch is talking about a defibrillator and unconscious and not breathing? Well, how do you get to think we have a homicide unless that first responder is walking up to the, they're walking up, so and so's in there screaming, freaking out, comes walking back out the door, officers walking up the parking lot. That's when they have that interaction about the defibrillator. He takes a couple steps up to the door and probably smells that smell. And that's when he says, I think I have a homicide. Because when I'm telling you, when you know that smell, and I know the damn smell, and when you know the smell and you smell it, you automatically know what the F took place. Automatically, because of the injuries and what the injuries do with all of those chemicals inside your body, and how that that's what creates that smell. And so when you're walking up there and you're like, "Ooh, oh yeah," I could tell you right now, the smell would tell you homicide for sure.
Yeah, you won't forget it. For sure. Yeah.
So I don't know if anything was last night, in my mind, somebody walked up and smelled it. But you have to go back up here now and go, well, wait a minute. If there was a part of this 911 call that was redacted, and there was parts of this 911 call that you don't see, because how do you get to age 20? Well, then I can't necessarily say now that somebody smelled it and said I think we have a homicide. It makes me wonder if there was something else that wasn't included that should have been redacted as well.
I think so. I really do believe so. The call is too disjointed somehow.
Mm-hmm. And with Evan, I think it was just it was Ethan. It could have been Ethan, but it's there's a lot of people asking about, how did they not see Ethan and this and that? Well, like I said, there was some of it that was some of it that was not included towards the end, because the stories that I was hearing from the beginning was that he was blocking the door to the bedroom. His body was, and that's why they couldn't get the door open, or they didn't see him because the door was closed. And I always heard that she was laying in the hallway there, kind of in the bathroom a little bit. So we'll find out. But what does, it's just like the photo of the vehicles that we were going into. So then when you're looking at the 911 call, and then you're looking at this this photo right here, and how they're two different vehicles, check out my video section, you guys. I drop little teeny 5, 10, 15-minute videos showing different things, because I know a lot of people don't have 3 or 4 hours to sit back and watch the whole program. And so I try and make little bits of stuff that we bring up. And just like with this, and you're looking at the difference in the cars. They're not the same car, by the way. We're going to be going more into that tonight with the other cars. And shout out to Blackhawk and Sea Dog too for their help, for sending in stuff. Whoops, that's the wrong one. Hold on, I need to show the one with the Elantra. Where's that at? Is it this one? No. I have, it's got to be, nope, it's not that one. Where did it go? Well, I'll show this one. And so it's not the Elantra. as well as the two different vehicles on top. And then when it comes to this tail light, it either gets reflected from the chrome strip or there's a tail light. And that's why, again, the first vehicle was the first vehicle they were looking for from the beginning was a Nissan Sentra from the model years 2019 to 2023.
And now we know why.
Yeah. But I do like that Dart, the Dodge Dart.
Yeah.
That does have some promise to it as well.
I think
Now,
so.
this was crazy too. I wanted to kind of discuss this with a little bit with you and get your opinion on this. So when I was looking at this last night, and I'm reading the beginning of these text messages, Yoli brought up a good point because I asked, well, it says he, and they said, well, it could be a typo because look at all the typos that already exist in these text messages, okay? But it sounded to me, if you read these text messages, it sounded to me like they're almost talking about Xana.
Yeah. It does.
You got, what's going on? You know, I'm really confused. No one is answering. I'm really confused. You already know the beginning's cut off because there was stuff that was taking place before that on text messages. These are from 422 to 424. This is not during the crime. Remember, the text messages started shortly after 4 o'clock. That's where they got the timeline that the crime took place between this time and this time. They only released the text messages between them after the person would have left. No one is answering. I'm really confused. You got Bethany. Yeah, dude, what the fuck? And then Bethany, Xana was wearing all black. DM, I'm freaking out right now. No, it's like a ski mask almost. And then Bethany, shut the F up. Like they're and then if you think about a typo, think about this from DM to BF again. Like she had something over for head and little and mouth. I'm not kidding, and I'm so freaked out. So am I. My phone's gonna die. Fuck. Come to my room. Run down here.
I don't know if it's a typo because of the is instead of his, where
it could have been
like,
his.
Yeah, because would you typo on he and his? Because it was meant to be.
Well, how does this make sense in the first place? All right. What if I took out the typos? Let's take out the typos. How does this make sense? Like he had something over his forehead and little and mouth. What? You know what I mean? Like it already don't make sense.
Yeah. I kind of thought the little was a typo. Like it was supposed to be nose or chin or something. Yeah.
I don't understand it. So that's why I'm like, well, you look at all the other typos, you know, in the text messages, and it's like, but they could be a typo with the IS as in his, but his forehead and little and mouth.
But how do they even, like, what does that mean to them?
I don't know. That's why it did.
Because Xana was wearing all black. What? Why is what? I don't. Yeah.
Well, because they already talked about what the person, like.
Yeah.
They were already discussing the outfit. Oh, I'm sure the typos could be freaking out too. I mean, you're probably shaking and all of that.
Yeah, it's difficult to kind of decipher it because, I mean, at the top of the page, they're mentioning something that happened at like 10 past 2 in the morning, and then we just jump to 20 past 4, and it's difficult to decipher with that gap, like what was discussed for no one to be answering. Like, just starting there, it's.
And why would Bethany mention about Xana wearing all black?
Right.
But it's like when they dropped and I said, look, you guys seen these videos of them on TikTok and all this stuff. They played pranks on each other all the time.
Yeah.
And even with the Steve G interview from last night, and we'll end the show with that, you even hear him talk about how they pranked each other all the time. So,
right.
That's, you lead back to the knife sheath. That's why Kaylee wouldn't even, is it a prank? I'm gonna have the sheath in my left hand and I'm gonna have the K-bar in my right. It's Maddie's K-bar. I grabbed it because I'm waking up. I hear something. I don't know if it's a joke, because who would be joking, right? Like that.
Of course, yeah.
But you got I'm gonna have the sheath in my knife hand, because if it is Jimmy joking, then I can put the sheath back, the knife back in the sheath. But all of a sudden, when somebody comes through that door, and I know it's not a damn joke because they have a weapon, and then they come to attack me, I'm instantly going to drop that sheath in my left hand down between me and Maddie and try and use my left hand to put up for a defense while I try and use this to try and attack back. I'm not going to be holding the sheath going like this. And the person that's committing the crime is not going to be holding the sheath and going like this, because they're going to need their hand to control and defend as well. Neat. So, but Steve and Shannon are pissed that, and this is another shady thing about, it's like when I'll play the video for you guys, but it's like the fact that they didn't even contact them and tell them, shows me that there's some kind of guilty conscience. Because why wouldn't you? Why wouldn't you? The only reason you wouldn't is because you'd be afraid you'd have to answer to the family.
Yeah, I mean, there isn't any other reason, and I mean that's probably why they're so upset. Like,
I'd also be scared to make I mean, this is what I don't. This is why I said if that crime happened to me and there's somebody that is in the same house, or there's a friend of mine that's living there or something, and this crime takes place, and somebody could have called 911, because think about it. Even if that crime took place, even though the chance of survival is not very good, there's still a chance of survival. There's 4 friends, okay? And shame on anybody that doesn't make that call to 911 when it could have saved your friend's freaking life. You don't know if, you're not checking their pulse. You're not there trying to help. You don't know. So when you don't even make that call, when the call could have been made, what if that, because it's not always instant.
No, it's not. And I mean, it also confuses me that why didn't they call 911 for themselves? Like, weren't they afraid? How did they know not to call 911 to save their own lives? That also confuses me, because like, wouldn't they be afraid for their own safety, especially if people are one of the main questions that I always hear people asking after there's been some kind of an invasion in their home is, do you think that they will be back? And I don't understand why did they feel that this person was definitely not coming back? How did they know not to call 911 for their own safety, let
Right.
alone the safety of their friends? I just don't understand.
Yeah. And also, you had to have Hunter advise you both to call 911 when Hunter showed up.
Right. I mean,
you guys want to know what the delay was for. The delay was for these, because like I said, if you hear that stuff, how can you go downstairs and go to sleep? How can you even make it downstairs? How can you even make it downstairs and something not happen if you think the person's still in the house?
exactly. Especially if you're saying that you're scared. So what is going on there? And also, why do you need to go downstairs just because your battery's low? If you're in your room, just charge your phone and call 911 as well. Like, I just don't get it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, like since Dylan felt safe enough to run across the living room and go downstairs to Bethany's room, that's pretty damn safe. And if you're running down there and then nothing happens, you probably know that somebody's not there. Regardless, you should have called 911. If you weren't in your room, you should have called it when you made it downstairs and you were with somebody else.
Exactly.
You should have called. And to sit there and say that you fell asleep, my ass, you fell asleep, because you ain't falling asleep. You're going to be too freaked out and scared.
Exactly.
I mean you are.
Who would go to sleep? I don't. Yeah.
So it's almost like, and this is the thing that I thought from the beginning, because to me it's somebody was told not to call the cops because it would happen to them next if they did.
I agree.
And why were they spared? Why were they spared?
And did they know why they were spared? Because that just comes back to feeling comfortable enough not to call 911. There's something so weird about it. It's like, are you maybe terrified of the person who did this because you've been told not to call 911, or are you literally just comfortable enough to know that you're not next?
Well, think about it like this. You got just like the 911 call. You have one person trying to tell the truth. You have the other person trying to distance themselves, right? Because what would happen if that 911 call got released? The killer would know who called it in. The killer's going to know who to go after, no? So that's why I'm living here, but I'm distancing myself, right? I don't want 911 to know that I'm the person that lives here talking to him, because the person that did the crime is going to come back and get me because they're going to know I talked. So there was one roommate that was trying to distance themselves, and the other roommate was trying to tell the damn truth. Exactly. And that's why I think Bethany Funk has the exculpatory evidence, because Dylan wasn't saying shit. Dylan wasn't saying nothing. That's the person that was trying to distance themselves on the 911 call. Oh, we live right next door. But one of their. But we live next door. Bethany is the one that was trying to tell the truth. And that's why I think Bethany has the exculpatory evidence, because Bethany is probably the one that said, we were told not to call 911.
Possibly. I mean, it's a good point. In my mind, it was flipped. I saw it as Dylan trying to tell the truth for some reason. I don't know why. I think maybe it was because of the dynamic in the texts, the way she was so freaked out, and I felt like Bethany seemed calmer almost. But like, you make a really good point there, because then what would be exculpatory? It actually makes more sense the way you've said it.
Mm-hmm. And Bethany didn't know what was going on, because if you look at Bethany's first text messages that we see, she's bringing up Xana. So she don't even know what's what. Well, I know she was wearing all black. Dylan's the one that, and so it makes me wonder, was Dylan the one that was just shut up? I don't. There's so many weird things with this, and just like the photos of the cars, the one leaving and exiting, they're not the same car, and it doesn't make sense. It contradicts each other. You got the messages from the 911. That stuff contradicts each other. You got the text messages. Those kind of contradict each other. What the hell? How did these investigators even? I don't understand.
Yeah, from the moment you see the cars and that they're not the same cars, then you just have to take that suspicion through to everything that you see. And when you do that, you realize, like, I don't even understand how they came up with this as a so-called investigation. But again, there's more stuff we don't know, but I don't know. It really does make you wonder what actually went on. Yeah.
And Heather brings up a good point too. Why not think Ethan if you saw a man?
True.
Why say she was wearing all black?
Yeah, because he knew he was there. And one of them tried to call him, right? Early on. Okay.
It's it just the more of this stuff that comes out, the more it just don't make any sense.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, they had to have seen, you know what I mean? Like, but at the same time, you're looking at the people, Moscow police, Fry, sitting there telling you, stressing it in the middle of December. We're the ones that are leading this investigation. This is our investigation. We're the ones that make the choices. And it makes you wonder, like, okay, maybe they just, like they got all these awards on their uniform, but really it just came from underage drinking busts and noise complaints. I mean, really. Outstanding service, rookie of the year, and all these other awards, that's like they get this inflated ego, like they can go handle a crime scene, and then all of a sudden, shit, it just became Chicago downtown Chicago for all of a sudden out of nowhere in this little neighborhood. And what are they? Oh, they're not.
And we've heard that they didn't cope. I mean, that they weren't managing what they had seen. So I feel like that was a wake-up call.
Mm-hmm. What's up, Leah? There's just so many. So it's like, how do you even, just like with the vehicles, how do you get those photos, but yet you're going to use like ring cams from other houses, but you have all of these cameras that are on all these major intersections. It just, and you're charging somebody with a DP when it comes to skin cells on a sheath, but yet you have liquid blood DNA in other parts of the house, and how does liquid blood DNA not qualify to be tested, but skin cells on a knife sheath qualifies? That seems ass backwards myself. Like, it seems ass backwards.
Especially when a sheath is it's not the weapon itself. They're still, like, they need to tell us what indicates that was the weapon, because they haven't said so. They just haven't. They just like put in these sentences like there was a knife sheath, and then they want us to draw the conclusion, oh, okay, so it belonged to the weapon. They don't even say that. They just let you sort of figure it out on your own. I mean, it's deceptive in a way, I think.
Well, the only answer we have is from Mabbitt when she was doing a local interview with a TV station, when she told you it was, it wasn't your typical knife, no, it's not your typical knife wounds. It was more like rips and tears.
Yeah.
So when you're talking about a K-bar, rips and tears. To me, that sounds like a frickin' machete.
It does.
How do you go in and nobody hear a scream? A machete will do it. You see all the machetes that were around this whole neighborhood. You seen the machetes that were down there at the Taylor Avenue. Hell, you seen the one machete that Xana was holding when somebody was throwing a frickin' pumpkin out that front window of that house right there. And Xana's going like this with a machete. There's machetes. There was machetes that were sitting up in the corner of rooms around here. And you're talking about tears. What would make rips and tears? If you're looking at a machete, it's got the really sharp side, and then the other side has the teeth.
Yeah.
It has the teeth. Why? Because it's meant for hunting, and you can cut. But if you need to do this, you know, you need to like tear away at it. Yes, right, Busby. It's a not a dull knife, but the teeth on the back of a machete. So if you want to, instead of just doing this, if you literally, because I don't want to be graphic, and I don't know if anybody remembers this, but there was in the very beginning, there was stories about stuff. I'll just put it like this. There was stories about, how do I put this? Oh my God.
I know what you want to say, and I don't know how to put it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There was stories about parts of people. Oh my God. I'm just going to say it. There was stories, a dumbed down version. There were stories of people having certain parts of their bodies being ripped open. And what I mean by that is that the teeth on the back of the knife, okay, it's going to have that sharp edge. It's going to have the teeth on the back. That when you're trying, just imagine going sideways, okay, with the teeth side. That would look like because remember, tear or rip. That the teeth on the back of it is going to create a image that looks like a rip where parts fray apart from one another. That's a rip. Parts fray away. That's a rip or a tear. Think about ripping or tearing a sleeve off of a t-shirt. It leaves the frays. The frays are what's going to be left behind from the teeth of the weapon. That's just me. So even though we don't know what weapon, we know that Mabbit did say it wasn't your conventional wound. It was more like a rip and tear. And so that's where the whole conversation started about there possibly being two different weapons that were that committed the crime. And so, yes, from the very beginning, just because the sheath was there, and this is why I brought up the whole fact that the sheath could have been Maddie's or Kaylee's, because the only reason I could think that the sheath would be halfway under Maddie, and we know where Kaylee was at. She was up against the corner of the room. Her legs were over Maddie. So I don't know how you see the sheath in the first place from the door. But when it comes to the sheath being halfway under Maddie, to me that says that Kaylee knew that Maddie had a knife for protection. Think about all the other knives that were around there. What if somebody came in, you know, a single female needs to have some kind of something, and she's probably not going to be experienced with a pew-pew, so she's going to have something small like a K-bar. Kaylee knew it. heard something, got it out, didn't know if she was going to have to put it in, if it was just Jimmy joking. Somebody comes in, she drops the sheath right where Maddie would be. All the interaction that was taking place during the crime, that's where, you got Kaylee being pushed up against the corner. You got Maddie getting attacked right there. That would mean that those bodies are going slightly up towards the corner, which would make that sheath that fell down get partially buried because the bodies are kind of getting pushed back a little at a time from being forced up into that corner. And then I really feel like the person that committed the crime took the K-bar as a souvenir, because then they could literally be on a 4th of July picnic and pulling out that K-bar while they're sitting at the lake, looking at that K-bar going like this and going, man, I'm right back there. And then all of a sudden, oh, hey, babe. Yeah, I'm just looking at my knife. And she don't even know none the wiser, because to her, it's just a K-bar that you, quote, bought at a pawn shop. But to you, you can literally take that scene of the crime with you anywhere and never get busted. That's why I think that the sheath was left there and not the knife, because I really feel like the knife was taken as a souvenir.
I agree. I think that's very likely. I mean, I don't know. I'm just not believing that person arrived there with a K-bar.
No, I don't think so either. And I don't even know see, there was so many weapons even in that house, okay? You could see there's different photos of, I mean, especially machetes. I'm not coming up with a machete because the only reason I'm coming up with a machete is because I've seen so many pictures in the very beginnings with these students that had machetes in their hands, with these students at other places, at other houses in this neighborhood that literally would have machetes sitting up against the corner of the wall, like it's a freaking tree in your house or something. It's just right up against the corner, sitting up there, right up against the corner. And then you see all the pranks that these people were doing to each other, the videos that have these victims in these videos, and they're at parties, and there's people going around going to people's pictures and TikTok videos and all this other stuff. You got these I mean, the skinning animals. When I was there talking to the locals, when I was there for the year anniversary, they told me that shit was normal. They're like, yeah, skinning animals, that maybe just because what you've seen on the news. These people were telling me, no, this has been going on a long time. And I'm sitting there going, in my head, I'm like, what the fuck is wrong with this up here, right? If that's the skinning animals like that has been going on for a long time. And then they're like, yeah, they even have hunting groups, and this is the disgusting part about it. They even have hunting groups that go out there and hunt specifically just to be brutal. They're not hunting to bring back food. They're not hunting for game. They're hunting for the brutality of it. Like, they're just going out there to slaughter shit.
So there's a reasonable amount of people there who are skilled at that.
Yeah.
And these weapons are accessible, if they're just standing around the house.
And normal to have. And normal.
So an unalive is perfect scenario.
And the crazy sick shit,
Yeah.
So the skinning of the animals is pranks. And these people, that they probably done that 50 billion times out there. It was crazy when I heard from those local people that there's fucking groups that will go out there and just go out there for the slaughter and leave the fucking animals there, not worry about, what, you hunt for food. It is what you're supposed to do, you know what I mean? You hunt for food. But it's not about that. It's going out there just to use their favorite fucking weapon and just so
Yeah, it's disgusting.
and it is normal. It is. It's something else, man. Um it's something else with that whole area up there. That whole area. It's like I said, they're in the middle of nowhere. They've been doing their own thing for all these decades, all these generations. Nobody's been up in their business because they're middle of nowhere. It's been baby
They're
brother.
unchecked.
Yeah, baby brothers, Pullman and Moscow. They're the only ones around for a couple hours. And ain't nobody doing none of this. So they've been getting away with it. This is the first time that the United States is focused on this little ass town. That's it. That's it.
Had you heard of the town before?
No, I thought Moscow was in Russia.
Okay.
I didn't even know there was. I mean, I don't really think. I mean, I don't know. Idaho has always been so far away for me because I've always lived in the middle to east, the northeast area of the United States. I've lived in, and it's a completely different area. But when you go out there, you feel it, you breathe it, you sense it. It's constantly going down your spine. You know what I mean. You can just tell just by because even when I was talking to people, asking them, do you think BK did it? And this was at the year anniversary, and I'm asking the college students from Washington State, University of Idaho, local community members from both cities. I wanted to, I had a list of questions that I wanted to ask them, and one of them was, if they, do you feel BK did it? Do you think he did it by himself? If you don't think he did it, do you think that person's still in the area? Do you still practice the buddy system? Do you still have fear at night when you're going out? Do you go by yourself? Just all these different questions. And they're going to tell you on camera, because all these interviews I wanted to make sure I did off the record, number one, because that's the only way I knew I was going to get the truth. But I can take their stories and relay them to you, just like the animal stuff. Because if I ask somebody to be on the record, they ain't going to say shit, and they're going to tell you what they're supposed to tell you, because they'll know that they'll get attacked or reprimanded for speaking up, just like James did, that lived in Moscow that I talked to. He would speak up. That's why he went to Albania, because he was like, dude, I can't, I'm speaking up. I'm speaking up. I'm getting attacked. I'm getting harassed. They even turned his own family members against him, and he left. And so when they have that kind of power on you, you're not going to admit to shit. But when I'm asking them about BK, the majority said that they don't even feel like BK was the one that did it.
Really? That's interesting.
And the majority of them feel like there was more than one person that committed the crime.
I do too.
I asked him, do you feel safe right now? 80%. 80% is the average of those who felt safe. But that also, it was like 65% was like, we don't think BK's the one that did it. And if he was, he didn't do it alone.
Yeah.
Didn't do it alone.
Absolutely not.
No. So I'm going to thank you for hopping up. I was so excited to be able to talk to you. That's why I was like, you know what? Even if I feel like shit, we're doing this, because I want to find out what Rosie has to say about the cars and the 911 call and the text and all of this different stuff. And And so I'm glad that we got to talk. And I'm gonna be doing some more shows this weekend. I got a bunch that I got planned, and then I'm gonna be doing that members only. If you are a member, like I said, when it comes to this vehicle, I have a ton of footage for daytime and nighttime that I don't even have released. But what I am gonna do is I'm gonna be going through all of my footage, because this whole time, it was the whole Hyundai Elantra. And so now that I'm sitting here and we're kind of exploring the photo here and how I'm like, it's going to be either a Nissan Sentra or, one of these other cars, I'm going to dig into it. But for the members, what I'm going to do is, because only 10% of my footage, I got about 5 terabytes, only 10% is uploaded. So what I'm going to do is, for members in the beginning for sure, is we're going to dig through my footage that's never even been released. We're going to dig through it, and we're going to see if we can find this car, because like I said, I was out there for the year anniversary, and I really feel like that person was at the vigil with everybody else. And I really feel like that person, their vehicle was there. And I'm going to check the neighborhoods first. And this is one of the main vehicles I'm going to be looking for here because of everything. If you missed it, check out the beginning of the show where we dig in to the car. We did a little extensive, I don't know, about an hour and a half of digging into the car stuff. Or you can check out my short video that I posted that has then links to the other ones. But this is the car that I'm not necessarily this color, but this is the car that I'm going to be looking for at first. And I'm going to be going through the neighborhood areas first, starting with that. And then after that, then I'm going to branch out to the local driving around Moscow, going up this road. Like I said, I was there for a week, and I recorded the whole time that I was doing everything. Everything was recorded for a whole week. I got so much. So I have a feeling that when we get to the neighborhood, we're going to start off at the neighborhood first. And I really do have a feeling, you guys, that we're going to come across this car in the footage at the neighborhood. I don't even feel like I'm going to have to go into the city of Moscow footage. I really feel like when we go through the neighborhood, we're going to come up across this vehicle and go, holy shit, there it is. Because these cars are not the same. I'm going to do one in the morning. I'll probably do one in the morning, and then I'll have you join me if you're not busy.
I'm not. Let me know if you need help as well.
Yeah, because these two cars, let me pull that. Where's the combo photo? Okay, this one right here. Because these two cars are not the same car. And I'm gonna find it. I'm gonna find this car. This car, we don't know what time the person got in the neighborhood. We just know what time for sure they got in the house. This car right here, we know what time they left the house, and we know what time they left the neighborhood, the same damn time. And so this car right here is gonna be the one that did commit this crime. We're gonna find out what it is, and I have a feeling it's in my footage somewhere. Just, we're gonna figure out something. But we'll be back tonight. We'll be talking more of this stuff that just came out the last couple of days. Again, we'll see what happens, because they usually like to drop documents about 5 or 6 Central in the afternoon, right before we do a show. And so I'll probably be doing a show around 7:30 or so. Come on back tonight. We'll be talking more about this, digging more into this car stuff for sure. We're going to be exploring that Dodge Dart and the Prius as well. And I might even tap into some of the footage tonight because I really can't wait. But definitely
Yes.
this weekend, I'm going to be doing an extended show where we're just going through the footage, taking screenshots of the raw footage, zooming in, exploring it. We're going to really be digging into it, especially into this neighborhood, Linda Lane, behind the house, in front of the house, Taylor, Ridge, all the different areas around there. We're going to be exploring it all. And I can't wait to do that. So that'll be this weekend. I'm going to start that off. That'll be members only. And then we'll start opening it up after that. But I want to just do something special for the members. And speaking of Dog, thank you so much for becoming a member. I appreciate it. And also gifting a membership too. Thank you so much for that. And do me a favor, Dog. Thank you for your help. Thank you, Black Hawk. I'm sorry for sending the photos as well. And maybe on one of these members only, I can get Dog and Black Hawk to join me on panel, huh? So
That would be cool.
Yeah. So if you're in panel, I'll send a message. I'll send a DM to both of you, but maybe if you guys would want to join one of the members onlys, I'll have you guys up on panel as well. So thank you, Rosie. Appreciate you hanging out. And
thank you so much for having me over.
Thanks for dealing with my really sick ass and
it was fine. Stop saying that.
The non-functioning production of the show because I can't even think straight because I don't feel good. So thank you for dealing with that, and thank you guys in chat for dealing with it as well. But seriously, check out the beginning of this episode because we go even deeper into the two photos of the cars here, and definitely hit the video tab and you'll see all the little short videos that I put together, two of each thing. I'm going to end the show with Steve G's interview. This is a video I put together from last night, and you'll hear what I'm saying. You can hear the doubt sinking in. Shannon, he's upset, but also when it comes to Eric, man, I almost feel like playing that one too. Maybe I'm going to do that. I'm going to do something weird normally that I never do for the show. And Rosie, if you don't have to hang out if you don't want to in the panel, because I'm gonna play this. I'm gonna play this Steve G interview about the 911 call, and then I'm gonna play just the part where I discuss Eric G, because this whole Eric G private driver thing has always been suspicious to me, and I did a little breakdown of why it's always been suspicious to me, and it's something I wanted to talk about today. I didn't get a chance to, just because of time, but I want to play that too, and I want to hear what you guys think. Drop comments in it, and then we'll discuss it even more tonight, because I'm not done with this Eric G crap either, especially when it comes to these two photos that came out here. I want to know, like, I want to know if there's some kind of connection with Mr. G and one of these cars. There's something. But thank you all for being here. I'm going to play these two videos. It's probably going to take about 15-20 minutes to play all of it, but I think it's important, and it's stuff that I wanted to get, and I need to get a little bit more rest. So I'm going to let this play out. I'll let these videos end the show. And yes, let me drop Rosie's link as well.
Thank you.
If you're not subbed, here's this. And like I said, I'm going to have her on one of these members only this weekend where we're digging into the footage. And I can't wait to dig into it, because I have a feeling we are going to come across something. And I need you guys to take screenshots of what we're going through, and maybe you might see something that we're not. All right, so let me play this, and I will see you guys this evening. I will have a notification here out probably while these videos are playing, and then I'll drop the notification for tonight in the chat. If not, you will see it come out shortly after. I appreciate you guys. Hopefully you have a peaceful, positive Friday. We'll see you tonight and this weekend. And thank you so much again, Rosie.
Thank you too. Good night, everyone.
Appreciate you guys. Good evening, everybody. We just got done with our show tonight, going through the crazy 911 transcript, messages between Dylan and Bethany. Very shocking, confusing at the same time. But there was an interview that just dropped with Steve G and his attorney. His attorney's pissed for everybody. If you guys remember, I've been saying Steve G from the beginning was the one that was giving us information, the public, before law enforcement. It even got to a point where law enforcement told Steve to back down, back off. Remember? Because he didn't want to have to be the alpha. I always told you guys, especially recently, that Steve G is going to be one of those ones that no matter what the narrative is, he's going to look at the evidence and he's going to have those questions. And you can kind of see it in this interview now. You can see the doubt after this information, the 911 transcript, the messages between Dylan and Bethany. You can see the doubt starting to set in. You know, he even makes the comment, why wasn't this released? This should have been released from the beginning. But then you can start to see as the interview goes on, he starts to kind of go back into the, well, they got a whole bunch on him. But you see the beginning of it. You see the doubt coming back. You see the questions coming back. All of those things that he was doing in the very beginning when stuff wasn't making sense. He was asking those questions. He was thinking those questions. Now you're starting to see it. Thank you all for checking out this video. Definitely watch our show last night if you didn't see it. As we broke down, we had Audrey, Kathy, and Yoli on. And here we go into this interview. Let me know what you think. Do you think the doubt is starting to come back to Steve G?
No, we didn't hear a word. And my wife has said from the very beginning when the hopefully the 911 never came out. And if it did come out, at least she would have, you know, be some prepared. You know, she has a counselor, she has people she could talk to. There's certain things that coping mechanisms. So we'd like for the advocate or somebody to kind of let us know what's going on rather than nothing personal. But having the media tell you is probably not the same as having somebody that, you know, that you've learned to have a relationship and you trust and you've worked with. So yeah, we're finding out just like everyone else. So
they're finding out just like everyone else. He's starting to question things just like everyone else. But at the same time, he's like law enforcement, some kind of advocate for the trial. Tell us what we're reading. Tell us what we're reading. We just want to make sure. You can see the doubt. Look at his face. You can see the doubt.
It's a bit rough.
Yeah, I'm so sorry. And I remember that you had a meeting with them months ago, and I thought they were going to sort of give you guys a heads up when things were going to be released publicly. And I guess that didn't happen in this case.
I wonder why. Because what were they going to say to Steve? Well, you know that thing we told you a long time ago, a couple years ago? Yeah. Never mind about that. And you're going to say that to Steve G? You're going to avoid Steve G like you're a little kid avoiding your mama because you stole a cookie.
Which is unfortunate. Is there anything, Steve, that, I mean, obviously the horror is what stands out to me, but was there anything in the text of the text messages or the call that really struck you?
What struck me is, you know, it's not like Hollywood. It's not a scripted thing. It's not like what you would see on a TV set. That was a raw, emotional breakdown of two girls that were scared for their life. There's
By the way, check out our show from last night where we broke down all the messages. You might be shocked what we come away with.
Part of me that knows that, like how that house was, there's a lot of pranking going on. There's a lot of partying. So there's part of them that was probably thinking, is this a prank?
We brought up the pranks. I brought up the pranks, especially when it comes to a certain somebody wearing all black. Look at those text messages. It kind of looks like somebody's talking about somebody.
Am I getting messed with? I know for a fact my daughter loved pranking people. So my heart goes out to those two girls. I'd have a hard time if I was one of their parents to have my daughter put through what they've been put through. I mean, we sat 2.5 years on what? Why did this need to be hidden from the public?
See what I'm saying? The doubt's setting in. Why? Why did this need to be hidden from the public? But then it goes right back to the narrative. Well, they got so much. That's what we've been told this whole time. These poor families. These poor families. If law enforcement didn't do their job, these poor families.
Why did these girls have to be dragged through all this? These are the type of things that why I do these interviews and why we push back a little bit, because I think a lot of people are questioning right now why this was hidden.
Even him.
Yeah, I mean, look, Shannon, it's been years and none of this is coming out until now. And now the judge has said that he wants more of this to become public. But Steve makes a good point. I mean, if this had just come out within the first couple of months, maybe it would have been easier on the survivors and the victims' families like the Gonzalez.
Yeah, I mean, the prosecution's choice in keeping everything under wraps has been a decision that they've made from the get-go. They haven't wavered from it in any way. That being said, I mean, for lack of a better term, I'm just pissed. Common decency should have the Latah County prosecutor's office and the victims' advocates contact myself and the victims' families and let them know some of the stuff that's coming down and is being filed. So they're not just...
They didn't want to, remember. They were that little kid that stole that cookie, and they were not trying to have mama even see them in the same room. We don't want to touch that hot potato.
Just surprised by it, and just have a really just honest conversation with us about it. But none of that happens. And I'm frustrated and I'm pissed for myself and the family that I don't have a chance to explain those things to them, to give them a little bit of a heads up on, hey, these motions are filed this way and they may or may not be successful. If it is successful, who cares? Doesn't affect the case in some way, or my opinion on whether or not those motions might be filed or might be successful or not. But it's just really, really frustrating. And I know Steve and Christy are frustrated by it, but I'm the one that gets to say, I'm pissed. I'm pissed for everybody. So.
They gotta be. Yeah, look at them.
Yeah, and I mean, even if they can't give you the documents ahead of time, it seems like they could at least give you a heads up to tell the family, hey, maybe don't watch the news for an hour. Give me a second to go through these and call you. And it seems like that would be a sort of a decent thing to do.
They can.
Steve, what do you make of this latest motion where they're trying to ban words from coming out during trial? I mean, simple words like that are part of the case: in murder, bushy eyebrows, sociopath, psychopath.
Speaking of bushy eyebrows, did you see bushy eyebrows in the text messages? I didn't see him. The only one I saw was, Xana was wearing all black. STFU.
Did this come as a surprise, Steve?
Yeah, I thought they'd have a sadistic on there from the profile that I know that they've made of him. Some of the websites that he's been to, that was a one that rated really high with him. So I'm a little surprised they didn't put that word on there. But when you're super desperate, you really have nothing. You attack words and simple things like that.
Steve, you just questioned the nothing of the 911 seal. Who has nothing? Who has nothing? Woo! I don't know about that.
I mean, they're really done. I mean, their client has left so much evidence that they've got to attack words. So, I guess it's a sign. It's a sign of what's to come, and hopefully, the state and prosecution strong enough to see this all the way through and not give in to the desperation that's about to come and the plea deals that they're going to try to negotiate for.
This poor family. Let me know what dreams you check
And then
on your roommates.
texting the driver. Didn't somebody text the driver?
Yeah, they text Eric. They text Eric, and I'm sitting there going, wait a minute. You text him personally, not the rideshare program, which you would normally do, right? So I've always sat there and went, what kind of dude that's married, has a baby, and is going to have a baby in about a month, leaves his wife at home until 4 or 5 in the morning on the weekends to drive some young, attractive college girls home for free. And then also at the
And
same
who are
time,
drunk. Sorry, I was on mute.
what guy takes a week off of work directly after the crime took place? I took a week off of work because I was so traumatized. Really, bro? You're the same guy that was out looking for white cars, weren't you? Dude had a white car too, didn't he? Huh. That dude's always been sketchy to me, Mr. Eric. Especially when you're the one that takes a week off of work. Dude, you were just a rideshare volunteer. What do you mean? Why do you need to take a week off of work? Why do you need to take a week off of work just when you just were just dropping them off? And then at the same time, why does Steve G consider you family, bro? Is it maybe because you had a relationship with Kaylee before and you never let your wife know about it?
Oh,
Oh,
right.
shit. Oh, shit. I said that.
Oh my God, that's right. Steve G said that the driver was like family.
Oh, shit. I said that. I didn't mean to let that slip.
What? No,
Eric.
it's out there. Like Judge Hipple said, it's out
I
there.
told you,
It's
I'm not
out
feeling good. I'm not feeling good. But yes, think about it. Eric, the guy that just dropped the girls off, the same guy that said that he didn't watch the girls walk up and get into the door. 2 reasons. The first reason was
very sus with that.
The first reason was it was a high crime area and I didn't want to get robbed. That's why I didn't watch him walk in the door. The second reason that he told somebody was, well, it's a very safe area and I didn't feel the need to watch them walk in the door. Okay.
And he has a Taco Bell receipt. Didn't he have the receipt?
Yeah, saved a Taco Bell receipt from right after the crime took place, right?
Having some Taco Bell.
Got to keep that receipt. Why? Because it's an alibi. Then you're the same guy that wants to distance yourself from them and knowing them personally. Yes, they're just students that I had, I dropped them off a couple times. It was nothing, I don't even recall how many times I met them, this and that. It's like they're just regular people that they do volunteer rides for once in a while. And then Steve G's telling you, yeah, he's like he's like a family member. To me, it seems like some dude, you got a wife at home, you're an egotistical guy, your wife's not doing anything and hasn't for a long time. You're picking up these really drunk, intoxicated attractive females and you're probably making them laugh and they don't even know that you're married because you're probably not wearing your ring, bro, when you're driving them home. And so then you're kind of going back and forth and then it goes too far. You don't mean for it to go too far, but it goes too far. And then, you really look out for a particular individual enough to where their family considers you family, but yet you're so distant from them. And then with Eric's wife works for Moscow PD. Eric was the same person that was supposedly the neighbor that turned in BK's car. And that's why we said, how can you be BK's neighbor, bro, when you've never lived in Washington State? I looked up your record. You never lived in Washington State. So how can you be a neighbor to Koberger to turn his car in, you lying MFer? Here's the PCA video that I did. That's the route that Koberger supposedly took to commit the crime. This is when I went out there. I was doing this work. I had everything mapped out so you could see the exact route of how we took to get there. And that doesn't make sense. So I started it off from Steptoe Apartments where he lived. And I took you the exact route, turn for turn, of how the PCA tells you how he drove to commit this crime. So this is me far away, okay? Because if I'm back then when I did this was a year anniversary when I went there. Back then, it was all about him being an incel and all these other things. And I'm like, well, if I'm an incel and I don't want to be around anybody, I'm probably gonna park back here, you know, because then I'm by myself. The neighbor that would be 100 feet or 1,000 feet would be that next building, but it wasn't Eric though. It was actually the guy that as soon as he gave him a tip about Koberger,
Right.
And then left out of the country.
Okay. Guys, I'm gonna point this out right now. If you have not seen CJ's video, please watch it. It's important research, and drop a $5 or a $10K, $5 or a $10 super chat for him.
Oh no,
because I'm saying this, not you, okay, CJ. I'm saying this because there's a person whose life is on the line right now, and CJ is trying to point out some issues regarding that. Thank you, CJ.
Yes.
Oh no.
Yes. It's awesome.
I'm doing it just because, like if it was me in this situation, I would want somebody to do it for me. That's why it's just about the truth. And
it was the neighbor. It was a neighbor guy that said that he did some kind of ancestry thing.
Yeah. That's when he turned him in, and that's basically what they did. Is they took Eric and put Eric into that neighbor. They morphed the story, and why they did that, I don't understand, because that it like contradicts one another, like you already know that the dude doesn't live there. When you see like how they morph this stuff, it's almost like they didn't know. They didn't know. And how you, even with that witness statement, there's no way that you're a neighbor. You've never been a neighbor, but somehow you became part of the neighbor statement in the public opinion. And it was all about public opinion, because you're not going to come out and talk about how dude gave you a tip and then he left the country, because then you're going to be like, well, what'd you let him do that for? And I wouldn't be surprised if he was like cutting out the middleman to make sure that the ones that he wanted to keep picking up all the time. Hey, look, here's my number. Instead of calling that program, just hit me up directly. That way I can make sure, I wouldn't be surprised if this dude had a whole bunch of side chicks. Hey, don't worry about calling that rideshare thing. Just here's my number. You hit me up directly. I'll just do it for free. And then that gives him an opportunity to sit there and get the love that he ain't getting at home. He's always been suspicious to me, though. And then your wife works at Moscow PD. So she's going to have inside info. Like Eric would know, hey, she comes home from work. Hey, honey, What would they find out today? Well, I'm not supposed to tell you. I'm not supposed to tell you. But, you know, this, just don't say nothing, okay? But yeah, they're kind of going in this direction now. So he would have even a hell of a jump start on trying to direct the information. Well, let me go look for these white cars. And I'm going to end up all the way in Pullman just to report this white car to you. He's going to have a list of 15 cars. But as you look at this footage here, you're going to see how many white cars are literally that exist in Pullman, that exist in Moscow. You see all the white cars, and you're going to tell me that you found 15 Hyundai Elantras and that was it? But you know what I'm saying? And you're gonna run out of finding Hyundai Elantras in Moscow, which leads you over to Pullman. And let me take you back to where we were leaving from his apartment. If you're gonna tell me that you accidentally ran into this parking lot just driving around, you're on some BS, dude, because this parking lot is hidden. It's tucked away. So you're not just driving by and go, oh, look at that white car. Let me go check. Look, let me show you something. And you can see it from here. Do you see the side road from here? From this, where he would have been parked? And this was way away from his apartment building, not tucked up tight right by the door. This is at the very back of the parking lot. Can you tell me, can you see the side road right there? Can you see somebody just driving by noticing your white Hyundai Elantra? No, you can't, because look, as soon as we're pulling up here, we see a whole bunch of I still don't see the side road yet. Now we're coming up, and you'll see it's going to dip down a little bit. And then when we turn left, because even if you're a car driving by, good luck. Look, we're turning and curving and going down. Nobody driving by this side road is going to see your freaking Hyundai Elantra in that parking lot just driving by. And on top of that, if you even happen to go down this road, because when you go down this road and you go down to a road you might have been on because it's a busier road, well, then what would make you think, hey, let me turn up this road that goes up that I don't even know what's up above there, that goes and curves around and all that? It makes absolutely no sense. Just this little part right here. How in the you're gonna run out of cars in Moscow? White Hyundai Elantras in Moscow. You're gonna run out, which leads you to that parking lot in Pullman to then report Koberger's car, bro. Sus. You're just getting into the very tip north of Pullman, Washington. Why wouldn't you go to downtown Pullman, Washington? Why wouldn't you go to the Walmart in Pullman, Washington if you were all the way to Pullman, Washington? It doesn't make sense at all whatsoever when it comes to not only Eric and his statements, because they contradict each other, not only Eric when it comes to who can also control, oh shit, they're getting close to me. Hey babe, guess what? I got here. Here's a bunch of cars. Take that into them, okay? Take that into them. So you can help direct where the evidence is leading. I mean, the dude would have been in a perfect position too.
Okay over there? Is your victim at the hospital? Someone shot there. Alright, the ET doesn't take pictures of the, is it domestic related?
supervisor found police report that's attached.
First time out. 10-4.